Headline sounds almost like a synopsis for a movie. Terror plot to blow up Missouri hospital during coronavirus crisis is discovered while FBI were investigating another white supremacist who planned to bomb a news network and kill Beto O'Rourke. Commenter says, here's a thought. They advocate social distancing because they know if more than 20 people are in one place, the new frequencies will kill. Interesting theory. You want to call? 505-510-4226. I haven't heard that one. I don't believe it though, because the military, the police, the National Guard, they're not going to socially distance. I kind of think that 5G has nothing to do with this other than it's just going to make living in a smart city possible. I don't necessarily think it's the devil. But again, terror plot to blow up Missouri hospital during coronavirus crisis is discovered while FBI were investigating another white supremacist who planned to bomb a news network and kill Beto O'Rourke. Timothy Wilson was shot and killed by the FBI after he plotted to blow up a hospital. So now we don't get to hear his side of the story, which makes me wonder if it's even true. Uh, they shot and killed him after he did a what? He plotted to do it. What do you mean he plotted? What does that even mean? He posted something unfortunate. Like this is pre-crime, and this has got to be fake. I mean, this looks like a crisis actor. Come on. I'm calling crisis actor. Timothy Wilson was killed during a gunfight. So he's making a fist. I don't know. It looks like an actor to me. But yeah, cool due process. Well, there isn't any due process anymore. You're already convicted of COVID-19. I've seen this. This is going around. This is kind of funny. Everybody says the same thing. They say, hurry, download this before it gets deleted from the internet. Nothing gets deleted from the internet. U.S. Patent and Trademark Office patent application. What they do, and this is probably CIA stuff, when they want to send you down a rabbit trail, they leak it and they say, "Oh, you better print this out before they destroy it. They leaked it." You know you can't trust them. You know they're liars, but you're going to trust their leaked documents. It's reverse psychology. I think it's a like kind of like trying to figure out who did 9/11. Yeah, you could learn to read the Quran and figure it out and do the research on who really funded who. You could get lost in the weeds, or you could say it was just a big bad movie. And I think this is just a big bad drill. I don't think patents are going to tell us anything. Okay, so I was talking about that pregnancy meme where they're going to enforce social distancing, including with procreation. And if you manage to do it, they're going to have to use a plexiglass shield to separate the mother and the child. And right after, that actually came out in the article. And so someone said, hey, look, it seems like a lot of your memes are coming true. Can you make one up where we have a happy ending? So I put this together, and honestly, right after I put this together, the Pope comes out and he does a special early blessing. Like he does Easter early in the big temple. He goes full Gandalf doing his Pope magic. So maybe something will happen. But I made this meme as kind of a projection. Back to work, America. Easter Bunny brings stimulus to everyone, even illegal aliens. God sends blessings, cures the world, and erases all debts. All hype, no threat. Is WHO to blame for the needless crisis? And then, quote, love really does cure all ills, Pope exclaims, as God's love cures AIDS, COVID-19, and a host of other diseases, including obesity. Then you got Jesus on a rainbow-colored unicorn. You got the Easter Bunny. So anyway, back to work, America by Easter. That's the prediction here. Bank says you never go full Gandalf. No, he was. You got to see this. If you look up the Pope right now, that's actually what inspired that. Here we go. Though someone was like, your memes seem to be prophetic. So I'm like, yeah, let me see if I can make something happen. And then someone sent this to me, and they're like, yeah, you got to see this. The Pope is delivering a special prayer, like for the end of Corona. And you look here, he's in this big empty room, except for the cameraman. He's having a private moment with his Lord, private moment with God, and somebody from CNN's there, because they go to church, right? I guess you have to have a witness. But anyway, yeah, he's up there. It's like there's a spotlight on him. He's glowing with the robe. This is all very much, I think, leading to Holy Week. All right, I think I have a few other ridiculous memes to kind of go through, but I don't know. Again, this guy that was plotting to blow up a hospital, I think it's fake. And the reason I think it's fake is they're going to try, I believe, they're going to try their best to kind of do what they did with 9/11 and prolong this stuff. Like the idea that a white supremacist would want to blow up a hospital because he doesn't trust authorities or whatever, that's the dumbest thing in the world. And what did happen to the to Islam or the jihadis? Were they ever real? What happened to them? Where's the Allah Akbars? You can look it up. It says ISIS is like avoiding Europe. ISIS is actually afraid of us now. Like I remember a few years ago, I was like, ISIS is gonna go behead the Pope. It's gonna be like an episode of like Highlander or something, like totally barbaric. They said that yeah, they could go reach the Pope and do this stuff, and now it's like ISIS is avoiding Europe. ISIS cells steer clear of coronavirus-stricken Europe. This could just be, a big um, bluff, a big psyop. Like Trump is like, hey, I'm going to solve the war on terror, but you're just going to have to trust me. And this has done it. Yeah, if you look at this here, all over, this is great. ISIS is actually like on the run. They won't even get on an airplane. So they're not afraid to blow themselves up in their jihad. They're not afraid of strapping on a bomb vest or crashing a plane into a building. They're not afraid of putting bombs in their underwear to get onto airplanes, to crash the planes. All these other things we've seen them do. But no, they're afraid of the flu. That's going to stop them. Yep, they don't want to catch the flu. So they're going to let the infidels just, run amok. I mean, this is BS. It just shows you, though, I think that the budget for the war on terror just got reallocated to the war on corona. Yeah, exactly. A commenter says it's not in their contract with the DoD. It's the same people anyway. Now they're just wearing Tyvek and PPE instead of camo and terror masks. You probably see these same actors playing Antifa. You don't know who's behind the mask, and then they show up in Klan hoods. Same cast of characters. But I just think it's pathetic. It's pathetic that the soldiers of Allah, infamous for tearing down buildings, blowing up cities, scaring and terrorizing the world, like, do they not have NyQuil? Let's see what else we have here. Mark Hardy says they knew we'd resist. Bill Gates' algorithms told them so. Yeah, Bill Gates does come off, though, as very villainous in this whole thing. I mean, they vilify so many celebrities and politicians and stuff, but out of all of them, Bill Gates, it's just the fact that he's totally behind this green world order tells you everything you need to know because it's a cover. Like, we know what it is. It's a cover for something else. It's a cover for a state, a world state, a global state, which is done under the false pretense of saving the planet from us. Really, if you think about it from the technocrats' point of view, we're probably the virus. I mean, they use euphemisms all the time. Like maybe we're the virus. This is probably another fake one. Shoot to kill. Texas man arrested after threatening Pelosi and other satanic Democrats. Okay, so you remember a little while ago I was talking about how they give conspiracy theorists things to glom onto so they could be made to look crazy later. Well, this time you have another example. Look, another conspiracy theorist who is convinced that House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is a devil worshiper, is in the Illuminati, so he had a plot to go shoot her. So they arrested him. So a couple questions here. How come these psychos who want to go, kill the bad guys never go for the people on the political right? Why is it so partisan? How come these caricatures, these straw men they give us, that this represents people on the right, how come they only go after the liberals? It's because this is a psyop. I don't believe this is real one bit. I think it's a phony story, but we were discussing this earlier, like what's going to happen with all the bowl cuts? What's going to happen with the school shooters now that school's out? Are they going to have white Al Qaeda doing other things? And it looks like it. Commenter says one trauma at a time. Well, what they did with 9/11 was it was the big event, and then it was the anthrax, then you had the shooter on the bridge, and then you had all these other like random attacks here and there. Because now you're fighting this decentralized asymmetrical warfare. You never know where it's going to pop up. And they have that again. So with this, I think it's the same issue. I'm waiting for them to go ahead and well, maybe they already have. I mean, I figured they would do everything they had already done back then, like the mailmen wearing gloves because of anthrax. This is one of the better memes that I've seen today. So you zoom in on a COVID, and it does actually look at one of these COVIDs. And one other point about COVID, okay? COVID is flat. I mean, when you look at the images of it, it's 2D. The virus is a two-dimensional image. I mean, I'm not saying it's not 2D, but when you, I mean that it's actually three. It's not a 3D. But the images you see, it's like from the microscopic slide. It's this flat image, and it does kind of look like a circle with little vaccine needles poking in all around it from the sides, just sticking out. But when they represent this thing to us, it's always looking like a ball. It looks like the damn Earth. And I think they're showing us the COVID virus looking as a sphere, so we associate it with the globe. Like, oh, the whole world has got this. I think that's what they did. Anyway, in this particular illustration or a diagram, really close up, it does look like a bunch of MAGA hats, like stacked up. But again, to me, this is just another way of representing the world in chaos. It's a ball. So you're not just looking at the virus, you're actually looking at a sphere. You're looking at the Earth, and the Earth is in, well, it depends on how you look at it. If you're on the Greta side of the fence, you're like, the Earth is purging. It's draining the swamp. Getting rid of all the non-essential businesses, the non-essential people. Again, this is what I was talking about. This image here, like this is the iconography that they use to convey these symbols, these ideas to us. So this is from The Economist, the right medicine for the world economy. Even that notion of the world economy, like it's all one closed system, that's very fallacious. But they made the globe into a coronavirus. And again, this is why I'm saying this is our World War III. Like technically it is because it involves all nations, but like this is better than a an invasion of UFOs or something that would be unbelievable because this is very believable. And that's what's so daunting here is that there's nothing to deconstruct really. I mean, you can show how it's more than likely just a big war game, but you're trying to prove a negative. But this again, I think this is ultimately about two things. One, the economy, obviously killing small business, it's a commie thing, but it's environmentalism, which is statism. And it's a quarantining process, not of bodies, even though they have that done, but it's quarantining and isolating the various mind viruses that they may want to control. But I don't know if they'll have any luck. Like, do you remember after 9/11 when George Bush came out saying, let us never tolerate outrageous conspiracies about the terror attacks of 9/11? Like, even then, like they account for this. They know there's going to be conspiracy theories. But I've heard some live streams, like I was listening to Bro Sanchez a couple nights ago, and you had like 800 or 900 people listening, and caller after caller after caller was saying, it's obviously fake. It's obviously an authoritarian power grab. Like nobody had any illusions about this being anything other than what it appears to be. Just another 9/11, another excuse, another pretext. All right, let's see if there's anything else here I want to go over. I'm going to save some of this. I found a number of really good pieces relating to the use of disinformation regarding plagues and diseases and how effective these things are. I mean, to me, that's the main thing here. It's a fear thing. Like, how many of you were so scared after 9/11 that you didn't go out? You remember the terror alerts they would give you? Flat Earth says we need to examine Fukushima again. The public has no memory. Oh, sure. Fukushima was 3/11 2011. You had the Madrid bombings, 3/11 2004. And this is something you should look at. I mean, this is just a coincidence, I guess, if you believe in these types of coincidences, but there were exactly 911 days from 9/11 2001 and the Madrid bombings, 3/11 2004. But the 3/11 was the 9/11 of, when they had with Fukushima, it was their 9/11 event, and it was a compound disaster. But I think I've heard Gary Cuomo and others even say this is bigger than 9/11, worse than 9/11. Many are making that comparison, but I'm waiting for someone to make the comparison to 3/11 specifically. Like that is the date that should define the day the world changed. Because, yeah, it's a slow creeping plague, but that was the day that the WHO declared pandemic. Commenter says the fear is the virus and it's extremely contagious. Oh, yes, exactly. The fear spreads, the stress spreads, the insecurity spreads, and they also tell you to be very afraid of the people who aren't afraid. Okay, look at this here. West Virginia nursing home. Earlier I said I feel like we're in The Walking Dead. Like we're all considered to be zombies. We're all considered to be infected. We lost our presumption of innocence. We're The Walking Dead right now. And then I see this. West Virginia nursing home confirms patient reported dead is alive. So this was just released. A 76-year-old patient that had passed away as the state's first COVID death. Think about that. So the first COVID death of West Virginia. And so if you're in West Virginia, I guarantee you heard about this. You're like, oh shit, someone in our state got it. Well, good news. She's not dead. It says here just before 1 p.m., the West Virginia Department of Health and Human Resources released a statement from Sundale Long Term Care regarding the false death report. It says, last night we reported a resident from our facility had died. We have since learned that she did not pass away as we had believed. We apologize for the confusion in the erroneous reporting that was relayed to the local health department, and from there to the county health department, and ultimately to the Department of Health and Human Resources, which then reported the death in an official capacity. So, again, this is, if you ask me, this is how the hysteria actually spreads. Somebody hears something, they spread it to somebody else, it goes to someone else, and then before you know it, it's a full blown rumor. It does its damage, and now they're fixing it. But again, it's too late. This is what the link someone sent me that I played earlier. So it's season 5, episode 4 of Supernatural. I played that clip from Supernatural where one character says, when we get to the real world, hoard toilet paper. Okay, well, that was an episode called, quote, The End. It's a post apocalyptic world, and the episode is called The End. Season 5, episode 4. And he says to the other character, you want some free advice? If you ever get back there, you hoard the toilet paper. Hoard it like it's made of gold, 'cause it is. Commenter on Twitter, Janice Newfield says, some people aren't shaking hands because of coronavirus. I'm not shaking hands because everyone is out of toilet paper. All right. Okay, so anyway, the Emperor's New Crown is what I'm calling this thing. I have my 24/7 turned on right now. So if you go over to infiniteplainsociety.com, what I'm starting to do is I'm replaying on a loop the last 2 or 3 live streams. So infiniteplainsociety.com. I still do have some plague masks for sale and some COVID-free shirts and hats. And the reason I do that is if you're going to go out in public and people are going to look at you funny, they're suspicious of you, everybody thinks everybody else has it, you just come out with a shirt that says COVID free, and you're going to just put people at ease. You imagine after 9/11 if you had a shirt that said no, I'm not a terrorist or something. Because people are naturally going to be insecure and suspicious. What do you expect? I mean, they've had decades of programming leading to this, decades of programming preparing us to accept the irrational, unbelievable, surreal things that we've been um, forced to accept. Yesterday I was like, man, it's like waking up like in a nightmare. In the sense that when you're just criticizing this stuff, you're not really in it. And we're like laughing at the fake news. We're trying to understand, like, well, how is the public not seeing through this? How are they using this? What is the utility of this particular psychological operation? And now we're actually on the stage where we can't just be critics from the outside and be allowed to just criticize, fair use, free speech. No, now we're on the stage, and so it's a completely different predicament. It's very interesting. I don't know how long it's going to last. I'm hoping it ends on Easter, but whatever it is, I'm certain of one thing. This has been planned. This 3/11, the Black Monday crash, all the resultant drama, the biosecurity state, 9/11 Part 2, all part of the program, all part of the plan. All right, so I'm going to see you all later. I'm going to put a link in the chat below. So if you want to get live stream notifications, click that link. And also, if you go to infiniteplainsociety.com and go to the top of the page, I have a link to the app. Commenter says, being awake sucks. You walk the truth alone. Family and friends are stupid. It's getting pathetic. I don't hold it against people. Just look at it as this. It's just a religion. Religion of a big God government and their new God, COVID. All right, this is Neo Mode Gucci Flip. I'll see you all later.
You're playing infinite things, man. The play society. Infinite plane, infinite plane, infinite plane, infinite plane. Do my thing, do my thing, do my thing, do my thing. Infinite plane, yeah. I live on an infinite plane. I live on an infinite plane. They telling me different things. I supposed to be pulling the strings, but I know they playing the games. Since I found out today, I live on an infinite plane. I ain't playing no games. I'm on a different plane. I live on an infinite plane. No, the news is fake. They're trying to choose my fate. I know the views is fake. They pushing a global stage. Fake news on the radio wave. All the hope, the whole world is a stage. Body double like I'm Saddam Hussein. Doing my thing. Don't want the fame, just trying to make change. They took out my page. But no infinite gang, infinite plane. Playing no games. Infinite gang, we ain't playing no games. Infinite plane. I'm on an infinite plane. Infinite plane. The world that I live in is strange. Cause I'm on an infinite plane. I'm doing different things. Yeah, I'm on an infinite plane. I'm on an infinite plane. I'm on an infinite plane. Stay with the infinite gang. Supposed to pull the strings, but they can't cover the game. I'm on the infinite plane. That's me on mouth. I stay in my place. Then I play society. All I do is black roll, I'm black roll. Just do it, man. Can't take us down like the shit, man. Just take that, check this back, man. Can't do it, man. Check the word is flat, man. Bro, the whole thing. I take it down my shit right now, man. Shit, just back like I'm not real, man. I think so, right there, man. Check down, no telling you, how about the music and shit, man? They already got it, man. I'm telling you right now, it's always there. All the hooks, man. All the hooks, man. Shout out, what up, bro? 10 miles, man. What up, bro? What up, bro? Yeah, man. I'm all, man. Out there, more than some other hype and shit. I'm telling you, man. Get with the shit. Get on with it. You don't get it.
Purchase your tracks today.
I'm on auto hoax. Feels so good. You just auto believe everything like I knew that you would. In my dream, you know I ain't got time, baby, for another crisis actor with soulless eyes.
My buddy, my buddy and me.
Telecommunications Act of 1996.
96, y'all.
Gonna filter your eyes and scrub your mind.
All right, thank you for joining. This is May the 3rd, 1984. I mean, it's all arbitrary. The people who run this place control the news, control the minds, also control time. So that doesn't even matter. There's not even a meaningful distinction to be made between saying 2020 and 1984. They're going to hit the reset button anyway. Look at this. Out of control Chinese rocket will hit you this week. So if you live between the bottom and the top of where the map shows, which is basically, if you're not in Antarctica, you're pretty much in its path, says the out of control spent rocket launched by China. And as I said the other day, you can already find the people in the comment sections correlating this with the Wuhan flu, saying, oh, this is another bioweapon. They're saying it's going to hit the Earth in the coming days, nearly 1 year on the anniversary of a similar event that unfolded on May 11th by an identical rocket type. Now, this point here is worth focusing on because in 2019 there was a drill called the fictional event where NASA, FEMA, ESA did drills to pretend, just to simulate a falling piece of space rock so they could all just see how well their integrated response could be. A year to the day, a piece of Chinese space junk almost 9/11 New York. And now here we are a year later, and it's going to happen again. So if you've been listening for the last 2 years, you've heard me say this, that they drill pretty much about a year in advance for what's coming next. That's when they put everything into place. So as far as this thing that's going to land on, possibly on you, it has 7 times the mass of the SpaceX Falcon 9 stage. So how many pixels is that? I mean, we're talking about CGI. No, but as far as we all know this is hoaxy as hell, but as far as the world stage goes, this is considered to be a pretty big deal. It's a big chunk of out of control debris. I don't think it was meant to go into orbit, and that was the problem. Okay, so the stage is 100 feet by 16 feet wide, the size of 4 school buses. So the Long March 5 main stage is going to tumble back in an uncontrolled manner. Anyway, any day now. Today's the 3rd. Just a heads up, because we've been talking about this since February. Since February, we have seen predictive programming in the news telling us that they're going to drop the sky on us very soon. All right, let me see who's here in the comments. If you want to call in, 833-311-1984. Looks like we might not be on DLive. That's fine. You have plenty of other options. I'll go ahead and reset it on the back end, but just go to Twitch. In fact, if you go to infiniteplainsociety.com, homepage has all of the embedded video players you need, all the links, so you can find it live just by going to infiniteplainsociety.com. Now, the title of tonight's live stream is the Saturn Cube Monolith Matrix. I came across a little bit of material here from a podcast, a researcher who's made similar correlations that we have to the cult of the obelisk, cult of Saturn, and the monolith and what it might mean in the big picture. And oddly enough, it was on Louder with Crowder, one of the most obnoxious and shallow shows on the internet. Happens to pick up on something quite profound. So we'll get to that. Again, it's the Saturn Cube Monolith Matrix. So let's start with this. Crowder's employee on the Cube of Saturn conspiracy. Now, I'm not going to torture any of you by making you listen to Crowder. I have a few clips I'd like to play from his guest, which I'll get to. But a few things of note here. Well, basically everything we talk about pertaining to this Saturn and its symbolism being related to Baal is highlighted here. And funnily enough, they're referencing this image of Saturn as depicted from one of these probes, where there's a hexagon-shaped storm on Saturn, which you can believe it's there or not, at which point Crowder stops him and says, wait, you do believe in NASA, right? And everybody nods their head to make sure, because you can believe anything you want. You can believe about a world-spanning satanic cult, but you can't believe in moon landings being faked. They draw the line. Like, it's a pretty hard line, too. Okay, so let me go ahead and play a couple clips. The things I marked off here at 9 minutes and 30 seconds and at 10 minutes. Let me go straight over to 10 minutes so you can hear what he's saying about the monolith itself, the black stone.
Movies, on music videos, and in particular
2001?
in where when the theme is aliens or another entity coming and visiting Earth. So, for example, well, actually, before I start, so in Lady Gaga "Born This Way," if you haven't seen that music video, by the way,
Again, this is Louder with Crowder. This is the guest, and I'm going to try to skip it when the others interject. But here he's talking about symbolism,
LGBT anthem.
and what he has to say is pretty substantive, even though they're a bunch of dorks.
I've been.
Again, I'm going to spare you the worst of it. It's Louder with Crowder, but I'm going to bring the best here of the content that he brought, of the research that he's brought forth here. Again, he's talking about the symbol of Saturn and it being, he believes, the main entity or deity of a world-spanning cult. Not a new idea, but he made some interesting connections here. So let me go back to this.
Really of Lady Gaga. So she's born out of this black cube, and she creates this like new race that's better for the world. In Warcraft, there's this being that's trapped in this cube, and they are the cube itself. It's
Okay.
very
Are the
weird.
creators of the games worshippers of the cube Saturn?
I don't think so.
Now, they get into a few things about where it's coming from. He makes the case or makes the point to say we're not talking about any specific religion or mainstream religion. We're talking about something much older.
I think it's not crazy to imagine that the entity itself has a consciousness. Like evil itself exists and it can manifest.
So is it people's fault, or is it did Saturn do anything wrong to get all mixed up in this?
Okay, so that's all I'm going to play for now. I think there might be one other point at the 9-minute mark where he talks about why the cube is correlated with the hexagon, which is a question many people have.
That is an Indian god who, it's just a black stone.
like
And that
2001.
Aztec knife, that's
Yeah.
obsidian,
Yeah.
which is a black volcanic rock, and that's how they would very nicely commit mass genocide.
There's a cigar called Obsidian. It's not-
So anyway, he goes on to talk about how the symbol is represented in different ways, and the hexagon is a 2D representation of a cube. All very interesting material. One of the articles they referenced talks about drug trafficking, human sacrifices to saint death, ritualistic behaviors. We'll move on from that. Your mama says Saturn is materialism. Time unfolds the cube. It's the cross. Precisely. I would say that's very accurate. I think that it's the god of the grave, death, and I think with that comes this concept of it's not like the heliocentric. When you look at the way that they arrange these things with the Kabbalistic tree of life, where the bottom, where we are, is the material, and it's associated with black, whereas the very top is associated with light. So it's a symbolic system that we're seeing being used, and I think it's important to be symbol literate. And the symbol of Saturn is so ubiquitous. In fact, one of the things that we've noted is that it is represented throughout sports in particular, but also in activism and in outer space dramas by the number 42. And one explanation that I have for this is that the 4 derives from a cross, the fourfold division of the year into the seasons. The 2 is a split, a cutting in 2. It's the perfect symbol. If you combine the 2, the 4 and the 2 together, you do get the symbol of Saturn, which is an agrarian deity, the reaper. So it makes perfect sense that an agrarian deity would be symbolized by both something symbolizing the sun and a scythe, or something that denotes a split or a cut. So here you have the symbol of Saturn. Essentially, I would say that 42 is a way that they symbolize it. And if you look at the patterns that we've uncovered, it's pretty unequivocal. This would also correspond to Chronos, time, death, another one of the connections that researcher was making. And let me point this out. So Bezos has a 10,000 year clock. This 10,000 year clock just happens to cost $42 million. Not a coincidence. The number 42 has been positively correlated with their worship of Saturn. And to me, it's all about control of time, the cycles of time. And this is also correlates with the reset idea. That you control time, they control the endings, the beginnings, etc. Not a coincidence. Okay, phones are open, 833-311-1984. Again, Liars Lou says that's a cross and a sickle. Yeah, exactly, precisely. It's a cross and a sickle. You nailed it. And he is the Reaper. So you see the Grim Reaper, well, or Father Time even. Well, it all pertains to this idea of the agrarian god and the timing and the quartering of the year. And again, we're talking about where their symbolic system derives from. And as a sun cult, it's based on the movements of the sun and its personification. So the dark side of the sun, or the sun god in death, the Saturnian side, is the side that we think of as the Grim Reaper. You can look at this in a more modern context with Darth Vader, skull-faced, having a confrontation with Luke, where he says, I'm your father. Or if you're Mandela affected, he says, no, I'm your father. But the whole scene here is Luke Skywalker, light is Luke. It's the same meaning. So it's like, well, the sun confronting this Saturnian aspect. And what happens next pretty much seals it. What we're looking at here is actually based on this astro-theological cult, because Saturn, or Darth, Dark Father, cuts off Luke's hand, which leaves Luke to hang in Cloud City. And he hangs from a cross. And one of the consistent stories that goes along with this dying and resurrecting sun god is his ritualistic dismemberment, his castration, and then hanging on the cross. And so the losing of the sword hand is symbolic of castration. And then he's hanging on the cross before he's picked up, and he's remembered. They reattach his hand, his sword hand, right after in the next scene. There are connections to Darth Vader and Saturn all over the place. One of the more obvious ones, though, would be the moon of Saturn, as depicted from NASA photography. It's called Mimas, and it just so happens to look exactly like Saturn, or rather Darth's Death Star. Not a coincidence. Again, we were born into I call it a global doomsday cult, but it's also an astro-theological cult, and their religion is ours by default. By the way, side note, Melinda Gates is apparently available. Melinda Gates filed for divorce from Bill, claiming their marriage is broken and there's no prenup. Okay. I saw something about this 27 years. Don't know why it matters or why anybody would care. But just a heads up there. Ladies, Bill's free. By the way, Bill Gates is going to be in the next episode of South Pole, which you can catch on Saturday. It's in production. We had actually, well, I don't want to give you any spoilers, but we've made something of a character out of Bill Gates with his Vax Dash business, putting around on his scooter, delivering black market COVID-23 vaxes to the junkies. I Am Lost 2700 says, can we even see the Saturn hexagon from Earth, or is it only visible from NASA pictures? Yeah, that's the funny part. I don't think you can see it from the Earth. So this individual assumes it to be true, but what that tells me is that even NASA knows the symbolism of this stuff. It's definitely just further indication here that there's an occult meaning behind all this stuff. I mean, we were talking about this yesterday where, and I'll bring the video up for anybody who missed it, because I think this was a really good find. There's an excellent channel on YouTube, and I'll put a link in the chat. One of my top 10 favorite channels. It's Praveen Mohan, and he goes around basically looking at megaliths, ruins, and he just looks at it with new eyes. And in this case, he was examining the symbolism of, well, ancient India, and suggesting that the lingam, for example, is actually just an ancient rocket. So he came to this interesting conclusion that the ancient alien theory is accurate, and that the modern space programs are just recreating that. he arrived at this by looking at the iconography and noticing, wait, the space program and all of their artifacts seem to match this ancient symbolic system, which is based on fertility rites. So I'm going to play a clip of this because he arrived at something very interesting. I mean, he made the right connections, but his conclusion was wrong, in my opinion. But let me go ahead and play a clip.
ISRO will be putting an astronaut inside a structure like this lingam and send it over to Mars. And then an astronaut would come out of a lingam on the surface of Mars, right? Here is the shocking part. Such carvings are already portrayed in ancient Hindu temples. Look how this astronaut is clearly coming out of a lingam. Look at how he's wearing an elongated helmet. This is a repeating motif, and it is definitely not for beauty.
So again, what he is doing is he's comparing the modern space program to temple art.
Coincidence, or is India recreating ancient technology based on ancient Indian texts? India has...
So what I'm suggesting here is that he's correct in correlating the two, the space program and this ancient iconography from these temples, specifically the fertility rite stuff. He's correct in that, but he's wrong in the sense that he believes outer space is real and the ancients had the same technology. No, I think the truth is, and I think we can pretty much demonstrate this just by showing how fake the outer space program is, specifically with regard to the space station. We can pretty much demonstrate that, no, the space program is a modern iteration of an ancient religion. And so the lingam worship that he's talking about has been replaced by rocket worship. And they don't know that when they're looking at the rocket blasting off, that it's just a burning obelisk. They don't know what that actually means. But most people going into churches don't know what the steeple means. Let me play one more clip.
And why is it designed like a lingam? Compare this with the lingam we see in Indian temples. This is the main structure worshipped in...
So the NASA worshippers, and that's what they are, the people who believe in the cult of outer space and this utopian vision, they're actually worshiping. So when you see them jumping up and down, clapping, applauding, and hugging, let me show you one other thing, okay? Jeff Bezos' rocket, the New Shepard. Well, I think they call it the New Shepard, of course, because they are the shepherds for the sheeple, and they're going to take the sheeple to the new worlds. But anyway, one of these ceremonies where they open up the new Shepard, one of the first pictures you'll find is Jeff Bezos standing in front of his rocket, and the shape and the look of the rocket speaks for itself. But they're gathered around breaking champagne and just spraying champagne on each other, and I'm like, yeah, this all looks very innocent and fun and everything, but there's another meaning behind all of it. X Divine Matrix says he sounds like he's on helium. 6119 says, what's the point of a multi-billion-dollar propaganda division no one believes in? Politics is dead. The point is this. It's the main religion that is used to synchronize all minds. So what's the point of religion? Mind control. And they have found that the space program is a heaven that all the different factions on Earth will accept. It's a new vision of heaven, a new utopianism, a new reason to unite, and space gives them all sorts of universal threats, asteroids, space junk, aliens, to unite us. All right, let us continue. Okay, so I brought up that video how Lin Wood was at a speech, and he was talking about how he was creeping around the White House and it was empty, and Trump was there and Biden wasn't there. And he said Biden's wearing a mask anyway. Well, at his very next speech, Biden's handlers, or whoever plays Biden, actually pulled at his face, like he tugged at it, so that we could see that, he's indeed... Well, I mean, it wouldn't prove he's not CGI, but, proving that it's not a mask. Like, why would he do that? How obvious of a response is that to what we have been suggesting? I mean, not just us. The idea that Joe Biden is a hologram or a hideous mask, or possibly maybe even Beau Biden, fake dead, playing the role of his father. This is a mainstream concept. It's not even a conspiracy theory that we have a hologram in chief. All right, let's continue down. I want to go through the rest of the things that we brought up today. So with regards to the space junk, so they said that this piece of Chinese space junk, it's just like a building, if you can imagine this, like a 10-story building above your head. It orbits the Earth every 90 minutes, which means it's going very, very fast, 17,000 miles per hour or whatever. It says it has an orbital inclination of 41.5 degrees, so it passes a little farther than New York, a little farther north than New York, Madrid and Beijing, and it goes as far south as New Zealand. So if you live between New Zealand and just north of New York, you might be hit with this thing, which is they say it's the largest uncontrolled falling object since Skylab, which fell 42 years ago. So I want to go back and reference my mind map at themetascript.com, where on here we talked about Skylab from 42 years ago and how the script was suggesting that there would be a similar incident to Skylab this summer or this year. And so we're already talking about this. We're saying, okay, this is why if you look at go to the flatearthreport.com, 4, 3, 2, 1, countdown to space junk Armageddon. We've been calling this out, and we said specifically it's going to be the next thing since Skylab. It's a very interesting thing when you examine the number 42, its connection to this concept of Saturn, but also how it's used. Falling, darkness, blackouts. There were these infamous blackouts, July 13th, 1977, July 13th, 2019, exactly 42 years apart. These blackouts in New York put 42,000 people out of power. And this is on the 42nd anniversary, and it was on 42nd Street. So these are just a couple of examples out of literally hundreds of things we've put together here to show that there is a language that is esoteric in its nature, and it's communicated above the heads of the masses, and it's done by the MSM priesthood. The low-level teleprompter readers probably have no clue, but we do. All right, let me see here. I'm going through the comments. Donnie the Dead said, did someone just do a tabletop exercise about an asteroid destroying Europe? That's right, they did. Like Event 201. Like, I'm starting to wonder, are these tabletop exercises, or is it like ritual magic? You know what I mean? Like, you put a doll on the table and you poke it, or they put the risk map. This is kind of what they're doing. It's like they're ritualistically enacting things, or sitting around these tables like a bunch of warlocks and wizards. I Am Lost 2700 said, what's the plan for space junk? Okay, there's a couple of things with space junk. I think there's one, they can't predict asteroids, so you can't really have asteroid Armageddon. But that was what, now this is how they operate, I think. They can't be too obvious. So we're expecting an alien invasion. Flying saucers, lasers, tractor beams, mutilated cows, probings. Instead, what do we get? We still got the probings. We got the COVID, though. It was a virus invasion. But it fit the metascript, the predictive programming, this worldwide unifying event that von Braun talked about. It fit, but it wasn't flying saucers. It was a virus. So it would make sense that in these same sets of predictions, he talked about an asteroid storm that would cause the world to shut down and have to like defend itself as one. And I just don't think they can make that happen convincingly. But what they can do is they can overload low Earth orbit with routers, 42,000 CubeSats, and then one thing hits another, and before you know it, Kessler syndrome, the sky falls. So I think they went with the space junk over asteroids because it makes more sense. Now, as far as the agenda, well, now it says we have to have a lot more regulation about how we, approach outer space. And also, it gives them an opportunity to shut down space travel for an indefinite period. Put us in a short-term dark age, or maybe even just regulate the hell out of it to stall human migration. Because remember, they still want us to think we're on a spinning ball, and our belief in space is a huge part of that. Anything to delay. Marshall says it's all going to scare people, nothing's going to happen. Oh no, it's going to happen. It's just a question of where. I mean, usually it just falls in the ocean. It's a big nothing burger. But we've had a couple of years, and like even they pointed out the anniversary. But here's the thing, you are right in one sense. Let's say it lands in your hometown. Well, you can rest assured that it's a bunch of crisis actors, false witnesses, and CGI. So they're going to simulate it because, again, space doesn't exist. I mean, orbit doesn't exist. They might drop a big lingam from space. What do they call those things, by the way? Rods of God, I believe, the kinetic weapons. Yeah, the rods from God. A bundle of telephone pole size, 20 feet long, 1 foot diameter tungsten rods dropped from orbit, reaching a speed of 10 times the speed of sound. This would penetrate hundreds of feet into the earth, destroying bunkers, secret sites. So these rods of God, these so-called rods of God, kinetic weapons, are purely hypothetical because, again, the concept of outer space and orbit is, again, hypothetical. However, and I'll play a clip here. Anything they can simulate on TV, they can simulate on the news. Anything the sheep will see on the news, they think is real. So it's pretty simple. They can manufacture reality. They just they fabricate it, they fake it, and it becomes real.
Number of weapons and munitions developments. Amongst them was research into the use of a kinetic energy projectile, or basically finding ways to project a really dense piece of metal at ridiculous speeds. This would lead to damage, but without the explosive effects, similar to the Navy's work with an electromagnetic railgun. However, earlier iterations didn't focus on generating the velocity.
Now, I got a question about railguns. Is it true that they can shoot or fire around 100 miles? I've seen so many different accounts of this. The electromagnetic railgun can hit a target 100 miles away. My problem with this is, if it's shooting, it says in a straight line. It says, as has already been stated, okay, it doesn't shoot in a straight line. It has to be aimed into an arch because it will be affected by gravity. See, that's what I assumed. There's no way you could do it, given flatness. But even still, how does it not get into orbit at the rate that it's going? If it can reach a target 100 miles away, I don't know, I find the whole thing very questionable. But we're talking about, I think, mostly just hypothetical weapons, rods from God. Let me go ahead and continue with this presentation, and I'll speed it up just a little bit.
Rather, basic physics would come into play by dropping it from really high in the sky. So imagine a 2,000-pound tungsten rod dropped from 1,000 miles above the Earth. Unlike a bullet, it would actually gain speed as it dropped, eventually hitting its target with power equivalent to an intercontinental ballistic missile, without the mess of a nuclear weapon. The US actually used a variation of this tactic in Vietnam. These lazy dog bombs were small pieces of non-explosive steel fitted with fins.
Okay, so here's what I think they could do. They could easily drop a bunch of objects, but I don't think they would risk hurting anybody. So here's my whole take on this Psywar thing. My whole take on it is that it's all about fakery. If they can fake it on the news, people will believe it. Just the other day, Russia deployed a bunch of inflatable tanks and missiles to scare the world. Russia is deploying a decoy army. Last year, we dealt with decoy tents. So if they're going to have this thing fall, it's going to be a controlled demolition, and nobody's going to die or cry. It's going to land. It could even hit the Freedom Tower, or whatever they call that thing, the one that replaced the Twin Towers, or the Space Needle. But whatever this piece of Chinese space junk hits, it will have been scripted, it will be planned, and you'll see a bunch of crisis actors. They're not really going to drop something. It's just not predictable enough. I even saw one commenter suggesting that they're going to say that they secretly had a nuclear reactor inside of the space station, so they have an excuse to do some kind of EMP, which would be a nice twist. All right, let's continue with the rods from God.
They were dropped by the hundreds and reached speeds of up to 500 miles per hour and penetrating up to 9 inches of concrete. This led to the development of Project Thor, which called for a bundle of 20-foot long, 1-foot thick rods dropped from high enough that they could reach sound barrier breaking speeds, and again, avoid the fallout associated with nuclear weapons, which were the only thing capable of delivering equivalent damage.
Okay, so here you go. This is a picture. I'd like to know where the cameras are that follow these objects in space around. like the camera satellites? Or is it just like a cable that you attach to the satellite that tows the camera along? Tyrone McCloskey says 237 miles per hour is terminal velocity. I don't think that's fast enough to throw vibrations far enough to make more than a small divot. Right. Well, it doesn't take very much to convince the public. Remember they dug a grave, basically? They dug a hole in the ground out there in Pennsylvania, and they said, oh yeah, the plane crashed there. Okay, let us continue. So, rods of God. My theory, by the way, and I almost don't want to offer any spoilers, but if they do this, it won't matter anyway. My theory is that Elon Musk is secretly hanging a bunch of tungsten rods from these orbiting routers that we call Starlink satellites. And at some point, he's going to be able to say, yeah, I got 42,000 weapons capable of basically decimating cities. And at that point, I think that we have a new leader. The collapse says there's no reason to believe in nuclear bombs either. Exactly. They can simulate to an extent. In fact, let me bring this up. Last September, if you were wondering what the DHS was about, last September, they were creeping around doing EMP drills. The DHS combats potential electromagnetic pulse attacks, which means that they're training crisis actors and they're preparing the simulation. I mean, why is it that they drill for these things and then these things happen? Like, let's spend 17 years drilling for school shootings, and then every few weeks, a bunch of people get slaughtered. It doesn't make sense. I mean, how come we do fire drills? I mean, because it prevents people from burning, but these other drills don't seem to work. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security continues to prepare against evolving threats against the American homeland, recently highlighting efforts to combat an electromagnetic pulse attack that would disrupt the electrical grid and disrupt electronics. So that's the next thing that they're preparing for. They drilled for this since September, which means they might actually have all the pieces in place to pull it off. Phones are open, 833-311-1984. Yurt Mama says, was the Manhattan Project actually Rods of God? No, I would suggest that the Manhattan Project was a film project by a bunch of drugged up art students working for the government. Like, I don't think it was anything. I mean, the footage debunks itself. Nukes are fake. And what happened to the nukeophobes that used to put up the billboards, stop the nukes, stop nuclear proliferation? They're gone. Then they became 5G-ophobes. The vaxophobes have gone full circle. And now they're actually advising that the vaxxed be avoided because you don't want to catch what they have. It's like, okay. So now the vaxxed are to be avoided by the unvaxxed. It's like everything just kind of flipped around. Really quick, this is from one of my favorite Twitter accounts, Faking Space. He goes through everything with a fine-tooth comb, and what he found was from the other day. Is this the dragon? Maybe not. If you look in the background, he was just showing how they're very lazy when it comes to cloud formations, and they like to just crop and drop the same cloud. Like, I can get away with this with my memes. We do this kind of stuff with the South Pole, for example, doing low-budget cartoons meant to be entertaining. But like, this is supposed to be a scientific evidence. I shouldn't be able to debunk your scientific evidence like this. Anyway, it's fake and lazy. And we have actually found quite a lot more fake and lazy stuff. And I want to show you something else. Yesterday, I was talking about cinematography, and specifically Douglas Trumbull, the special effects wizard, and how organic effects look better, real props look better than just 100% pure CGI. And here's a great example, because today we get a hybrid. CGI background, actors in the foreground. Like, pretend you're floating in space. But in the old days, 50 years ago, they would build their sets like it was a Stanley Kubrick film. They would have their screen, probably a different layer, maybe in the background. But my point is, real props, real space, like real distance involved. And you can see it just looks fuller. And this is just my criticism. Doesn't make a difference to the believers. They can't tell that there's a qualitative difference here, nor can they see the discrepancies. I have some great videos here. This is I'm gonna have to go through a couple of these in a minute. I came across this great video. Somebody posted this in the Discord server. New channel to me, and he's doing something like what we have been doing recently. How we have been looking at the work of Stanley Kubrick, and how there's predictive programming in his movies, not just pointing at his role in Apollo 11, but pointing at 9/11 in multiple films. So this concept of the metascript would suggest then that not only is our fake news being written more or less to fit a pre-existing framework, but they use the arts and the entertainment to tell the stories and basically drive the point home and get us to emotionally respond to these events in the future, or rather in advance. So in this case, in this video, he suggests that The Weeknd's performances and music videos tell a story, and the story comes from the movie The Purge and another movie called Go. And what he's doing here is he's showing how The Weeknd is plagiarizing entire scenes. And the scenes that he's plagiarizing is telling the real story. And the story is that his video, Save Your Tears, means that the purge that was being discussed last summer quite a lot, in these circles, like the purge's publicist actually worked for the Trumps for the Keep America Great campaign. The masks were proliferating, the riots were going on. So anyway, what this video suggests is that, well, the purge doesn't actually happen until 2023. So let me go ahead and go through a few clips. The video's uploader is Esoteric Surveillance, and I'll put a link below.
It's from the music video Save Your Tears by The Weeknd. And if you look close enough at his face, you realize it looks just like the Purge mask in the first Purge movie in 2013. So I put The Weeknd Save Your Tears official music video, and there will be an economic collapse that causes a purge. And I have synchronicities 465, 186, 213.
Okay, so he's talking about economic collapse and a purge, and he starts off by correlating The Weeknd with that weird mask he wore to one of the main faces in the purge, and he discusses the symbolism of the skull masks. But what he gets into here is he's saying that the elite, more or less, are going to trigger an economic collapse, retreat, and allow the poor to kill off the poor.
Because red represents blood. And this scene is depicting The Weeknd, or people in general, gunning down each other. That's why he's moving the bottle so violently. So I put chaos.
Okay, so now he's actually showing how this scene, the scene in this video was plagiarized from The Purge. And the scene I'm talking about is the one where he holds the gun to the forehead.
His facial structure looks like the Purge mask. This video is illustrating that the secret societies have planned a purge. Now check this out. This is scene for scene in the movie The First Purge.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. Plagiarism, but this is where the story is. This is what you would consider to be predictive programming, but this is much like what we saw with Kubrick, where you have scenes imitating other scenes. And in this case, he's suggesting that this is a scene from 2023. Something to look forward to. I'm not going to play the music because copyright. But if you like Justin Bieber, you know where to find him. I mean, The Weeknd. Have you heard that theory that behind the mask is Justin Bieber? Okay, so he made his point there. Now, the other movie he gets into is one called, I believe it's called Us. And this one's very clear. So if you remember the scene on New Year's, was it New Year's or the Music Awards, where The Weeknd comes out on a bridge. And as he's crossing it was the Music Awards for 2020. So he's running across a bridge and there's fireworks behind him. Well, this happens to align perfectly with the scene from a movie called Us, including the head bandage. Again, more seemingly plagiarism, but actually no. This is a storytelling technique, is what we're seeing here.
It's reminiscent of the movie Us. The kid's wearing red, so The Weeknd's wearing red. The kid has a face mask, so The Weeknd has something similar to a face mask. The kid's out in the street, so The Weeknd's out in the street. There's fire behind him, fire right behind The Weeknd. This is scene for scene.
Looks like some kind of fucked up performance art.
All right, so I'm going to put a link to this video if you want to follow up with it, but he makes some great points here, and one of the messages he extrapolates from the movie Get Out and the movie Us is that combined it forms the message, get out of the U.S. And in particular, he draws from this that the purge is going to specifically hit the poor. I'll play a couple more clips.
There's a purge in this economic collapse. The government is going to be targeting low-income areas. This is why in the movie Us, they have this guy holding a sign that said Jeremiah 11:11. Jeremiah chapter 11, verse 9 through 11.
Anyway, great stuff, kind of doomy, but worth listening to. And I really like the way that he is making these connections, because it's very similar to what we've seen. And I think there's a pattern here. And for those who aren't familiar, or those who are new to it, obviously you should be skeptical. What we're pointing out here is that there are subtexts within these various stories. I happen to really catch on to this one with Kubrick as of late. This one really is, I think, consistent with his storytelling method, where, just as an example, Ground Zero, we'll start with that. At Ground Zero, you have the Millennium Hilton. Millennium Hilton was specifically stylized to resemble Kubrick's 2001 Space Odyssey's monolith. So now if we go into Space Odyssey 2001 Space Odyssey 2001, there's a scene with a space station. And a craft is approaching the space station, which is comprised of two wheels. Like these two wheels, when viewed from the side, looks like two towers. And it's not hard to see how that closely resembles the planes, Flight 175, speeding towards the tower. It's like, well, that looks like the same director. And this is one of several examples, and each of his movies have several like this that connect not just to 9/11, but allude to other things, 2020, Corona, and whatever comes next. And this is one of the things that had me looking very closely at this year being something big falling from the sky. I got a link here. Somebody said that there's the Phoenix Act is being used to defend Rachel Wood. Okay, this is an interesting one here. Let me bring this up really quick. Rachel Wood was a girlfriend of Marilyn Manson and made charges against him of abuse. I'm not sure how deep it went. It looks like he put her through one of his music videos in real life or something, by her accounts. But when I looked at the story, first I thought, okay, well, there's something shady about this. The first thing about it is that this Rachel Wood, she makes her accusations and she's 33. Doesn't mean anything in and of itself, but we have picked up a pattern. Wood, 33, claims on her Instagram story that in addition to emotional abuse, he did this and that. The 33-year-old actress says Marilyn Manson horrifically abused her. I mean, doesn't this guy have 33 tattooed on his neck, or is that someone else? My point being, it's covered with all the symbolism we see with these psyops, order out of chaos. There's some agenda built into this thing. And you also have to remember that Marilyn Manson was woven into the Littleton, Colorado shooting narrative, the school shooting thing. So he's in the psyop entertainment complex. This is the connection between the news media and all the propaganda, the entertainers, the celebrities, the music, and the films. So he's always been a part of this thing, playing that role. So it is interesting that now you have the Phoenix Law, which is extending the statute of limitations in conjunction with this particular event. Little side note, but thanks for the comment there. Okay, I'm going through some comments, see if I've missed anything else. Robot Plague says great connections. Yeah, absolutely. that chartwood.com, or Chartword. Just look for Stanley Kubrick faked his death and 9/11, and you'll find there's quite a lot there. But what we're doing is extending, because it's important to note that, assuming it to be true that Kubrick had some role in this capacity, part of a think tank in this scripting of the major psychological operations of the 20th and now 21st century, then we can't ignore the role of Tom Cruise, since Tom Cruise is going up to the space station in just a couple months, if he's not already up there. I mean, we don't know how they're filming his movie, if it's secret or not. The point is, he's going up there, and he was in Eyes Wide Shut, filmed by Kubrick, released on the 30th anniversary of Apollo 11. Just a little clue from Kubrick that, yes, this is part of a continuum. And what's more, that same year, Tom Cruise was in a movie called Vanilla Sky, which, like Eyes Wide Shut, is all about masks. And by the way, 9/11, and this is something pointed out in this article, one of the set props, of course, one of the costume department had everybody put on masks. And of course, this was because of the dust from the collapse. But what is being suggested in this article is that this is just more theater, that there may have been dust, but whatever the point, it was that the masks were a part of this ritual that was also being told in Eyes Wide Shut. Tyrone McCloskey says it's also typography, which is a lie based on another lie to reinforce the first lie. Donnie of the Dead says Forever Purge comes out soon. Yeah, now I haven't really watched all the Purge movies, but Jared Kushner did hire the Purge publicist, who's an expert in marketing dystopia. And that's something we shouldn't overlook, because they were trying to create the perception of chaos. Donnie the Dead said Marilyn Manson has 33 tattooed on his finger, and probably the Saturn logo. Yes. So I don't trust anything that comes out of these individuals. And, this is a police matter. She Instagrams it. So what he says here is that, and he's citing Carolyn Rue from a book called Symbols in Stanley Kubrick's movie Eyes Wide Shut. She argues that the mask is the prime symbol of the film. The mask at the mansion reflecting the masks that we all wear in society. That's one level of it. But anyway, I'm going to get out of this article. We've looked at this before, but I was just comparing the approach here, because it's been suggested that Kubrick has been involved in, and this is actually rather interesting considering QAnon now, that he faked the Apollo, directed the JFK hoax, directed 9/11, and we're trying to figure out what else. I suspect a few things now. I also suspect Spike Lee might be a director worth looking at in this Metascript context because of some of his recent films and how they specifically tie into, well, we'll get into that, but I have that in my notes because we're going through different directors. But specifically, Kubrick was said to have had a role in faking the death of JFK Jr., that plane crash. Well, the significance there is that the QAnoners believe that JFK Jr. is Q. Faked his death, came back as Q. They believe that to this day. So then, what does it mean? It means A, that Stanley Kubrick is part of the good guys in some weird way, or B, it's all a show, including JFK Jr. and including Q. So to me, this kills Q. Or suggests that even that is a story that was written decades ago, and it's being played out real time by actors and LARPers. Westbury says, hello from the Pacific Northwest. Yeah, heads up. There may be a piece of Chinese space junk headed your way. And all of the predictive programming that we discuss really points to Seattle. In fact, I have some more on that. Oh, here's a quick note from Tim and Vic. The reversal of the Chauvin guilty verdict could be coupled with a reversal of the Biden win. Now, that would be a nightmare. And we're trying to figure out how are they going to create maximum tension and chaos. This is from Washington Times. Chauvin juror who attended pre-trial rally may jeopardize guilty verdict. A juror may have jeopardized the verdict by attending a rally last year with a Get Your Knee Off Our Necks BLM shirt. Oh, this is so obviously staged and phony. He said they asked if I attended any protests for Floyd or police brutality. This march wasn't a protest, it was for registration. So, okay, this is another one of these points that was a point of contention at the trial. Was he kneeling on the neck or kneeling on his back? You know, if you're behind the blue line, you saw him kneeling on the back. It's so subjective these days. You know, reality is just choose which one you want. And here's a new twist for the anti-vaxxers. Germany's anti-vax history is riddled with anti-Semitism. Is anything not? Bloomberg said that mud flood theory is anti-Semitic. Germany's anti-vax history is riddled with anti-Semitism. Jewish people were blamed for spreading disease. And in this, it suggests that, like Germany, the United States has a thriving anti-vax movement. It says here, in German-speaking lands, anti-science sentiment, right-wing politics, and racism have been entwined since even before the Jews were accused of spreading the bubonic plague in the 14th century. These movements illustrate a grim truth. In the past and present, anti-science is inextricably tangled with racial prejudice. Okay, that's from The Atlantic. Not going to subscribe to read the whole article. Here's someone who probably does read The Atlantic and who probably does pay for the premium. This is D. Pembick from Twitter. Just a tweet I had to share. He says, quote, "Perhaps this sounds cruel, but I secretly hope variants will emerge of COVID that will take the lives of the more younger and the healthier people in pockets of the country where there's vax resistance, because I want this world to be shocked and woken from this bad dream." That's Dan Pembick, wishing to see a new strain of virus to kill off the young and the healthy, to wake people up. Like, I'm saying that the Nazis are on the pro-vax side, not the anti-vax side. I mean, who are the mask Nazis? Who are the ones enforcing all these ridiculous decrees? It wasn't the pro-mask, pro-vax crowd. Like, we've already established who the fascists are. Lean Dion says the etymology of Chauvin is linked to aggression and patriotism. Yes, Western chauvinism is on trial. Western chauvinism. And of course, the name Derek's associated with a hangman who lynched 3,000 people. So you got a lynch, you got chauvinism, kneels for 846, Twin Cities, obvious 9/11 reference, started at 846. Derek Chauvin had a hearing on September the 11th, 2020. Another significant event. And on that day, during this hearing, Benjamin Crump and Company had 846 on their masks, and they were outside protesting. Meanwhile, basically patriotic Americans, the behind the blue types, were out in the morning at 8:46 waving flags for 9/11. So you have this 9/11 and the Chauvin trial drama synchronized, but they're on opposite sides of the political fence. It's all very well orchestrated. It's all a big dramatic psyop, and it's not over yet. I mean, there are so many connections to 9/11 and the Chauvin Floyd thing. And you can say we're just connecting dots, but you can't deny that the sun set at 8:46 on 5/25/2020 in the Twin Cities. And that sets an objective marker, something in objective reality that shows, no, this is timed, just as much as Christmas is timed. It's not a coincidence. It happens every year at that time. But we went back, and it turns out that there's even connections, or rather, I guess, predictive programming pointing at 9/11 surrounding this Rodney King beating. And it's all in the numbers, but even with Rodney King, the name King, very significant here, but on 3/3/1991, he's hit on the head 33 times. So 30 years later, they pass the act, the George Floyd Act. But hit on the head 33 times. They only allowed 33 people in Chauvin's courtroom. Like, these are numbers that they put out there. The verdict rather, was read 330 days from the death, which was on this date that the verdict was read was 4/20. So 330, 33s, it's all over this thing. It's all just a drama. None of it's real. You could say the same thing about Daunte Wright, that shooting. Any of these recent spate of shootings, they're all connected to the same symbolic system. Here's something that was kind of fascinating. So you know how the 846 became very strongly associated with George Floyd. Well, there was a similar attempt to associate 147 with Daunte Wright because his mother said he's been there on the ground since 147 this afternoon. And she reiterated this several times. So just like 846 referenced 9/11, I figured, well, what is 147 referencing? And I found a documentary called 147. And apparently in April, so we're almost looking at almost an anniversary, it's like the same week, April 6, 1968, at 1:47 p.m., you had a twin explosion that killed more than 40 people. So twin explosion in 1968, very significant. As those of you who've been listening to this channel at least since last summer, the mass media used 1968 as a template for framing the stories of the summer of 2020. Many overlaps with these two years, 2020 and 68. So here, again, a bombing from 68 is referenced with the death of Daunte Wright, and it references twin explosions. So I'm looking at this number 147. Turns out that this week there's 147 million COVID patients, and Kentucky Derby 147 happens. So I look at Kentucky Derby 147, and I'm thinking, well, clearly on this May Day, there's going to be some type of connection to this ongoing drama. And sure enough, Kentucky Derby 147 takes place at the Churchill Downs, which are known for these iconic towers. And we went over this yesterday. I played the video. They have these twin spires. So you have these twin spires. Again, another twin reference, like the twin towers, twin bombs. And the winner of the Kentucky Derby was a horse named Breonna Taylor, another Black Lives Matter martyr. So again, it's just a storyline here. There's some threads worth following here. Okay, I'm going through some comments, see if I've missed anything else. If you want to follow along with any of the stuff, just go to themetascript.com and you'll see how we've correlated and made these connections. And this isn't cherry picking. It's actually pretty formulaic. We don't do any sort of gematria or numerology. We just use the stories that are presented as they're presented and accepted to be real by the people who, think that the TV is real and everything on it. All right, let me continue down my list of things to talk about. Oh, by the way, the Murder Hornets, those of you who like the music on this page, you'll like to see this. A lot of our musicians are putting their music up. Most of them already have Bandcamp and a few others, but now you can download from the Murder Hornets. I'll put a link in the chat. And at infiniteplainsociety.com, if you're on the newsletter, I'm also going to be posting links to the music that we play each day. And there's also a link at the top of the page where you can find links to all of the musicians who put the music in the 24/7 stream. Okay, let me go ahead and go back. There's a couple things I had to finish covering here. So the out-of-control Chinese rocket, we're following that. I think if it hits anywhere, it's going to be in Seattle. Now, here's an interesting one. Jurassic Liars 26. One of my favorite YouTube channels. Probably banned as much as we've been. He's got like 3 or 4 channels. But he's noticed many of the same patterns that we do. And one of the things that he picked up on are coincidental birth dates. And these things are, again, birth dates and death dates. These are the entrance and exit points for these world stage actors. So all of these are often, figuring pretty prominently in the stories that they tell. So let me go ahead and just give you an example. So here we have Joaquin Phoenix, who is born October the 28th, 1974. Then he was talking about how Elvis Presley got his vax October the 28th, 1956. Bill Gates, born October 28th. A lot of correlations, actually. Let me go back a little bit. I'm going to play like a minute here. A lot of correlations between Elvis getting his vaccine on that date and all of the people involved with vaccines. So let me go ahead and play this first.
And you see right there, October 28, 1956, he took the polio vaccine. And the guy who invented the polio shot was Jonas Salk, and he was born on October 28th, the same day that Elvis took his shot and the same day Joaquin Phoenix is born. The same day Bill Gates is born, October 28th. And, Gates wants to vaccinate the whole world, and he lives in Seattle, where the Seattle Space Needle is.
Yeah, that ties it all together as well. And by the way, Bill Gates is single again. Okay, now the Space Needle is a fascinating piece of architecture, very, very encoded with occult symbolism. 42 seconds up, 42 meters wide. So many things about that needle that correlate to this. But what he's looking at here is the symbol of the phoenix, and as it's being used on the world stage, and this is a very disturbing one. Caitlyn Jenner came out and did this impersonation of bad karaoke. I mean, it was so terrible. In this costume, it's like somebody should have set that thing on fire. She looked like a Skeksis.
Supposed sickness. So on The Masked Singer, they have this character called the Phoenix. Let's see who is under this mask. You see, it says right there, is the Phoenix, the Masked Singer, and it was Caitlyn Jenner. You see?
And take a guess. What do you think Caitlyn Jenner's birth date is?
This important.
Again, this is all symbolism. And when you talk about the Phoenix, you're talking about birth and death, rebirth. It's born from its own ashes. Cycles. And cycles have beginning and ending points. That's why birth and death are so significant. So just take a guess. Caitlyn Jenner's birthday. Your new governor if you're in California.
Because Caitlyn Jenner was also born on October 28th. Just like Joaquin Phoenix. And she was wearing the Phoenix.
Now, he found all kinds of stuff. Joaquin Phoenix is 46. That's interesting. But what he's suggesting here is that the Oscars were actually more or less a ritual. And then you have Regina King kicks it off. The name Regina actually means queen, so it's Queen King. Again, it's this interesting duality symbolism. And Joaquin Phoenix plays so many roles where his name matters almost more than the things that his character actually does. And of course, he played a very significant role, that being the Joker, which the Joker on the world stage is the Boston bomber, or the movie theater shooter, the wild card, the Osama bin Laden, the anti-vaxxer conspiracy theorist, the bowl cut shooter. It's the threat, the wild card, the threat that uses the fear of the public as an excuse for the Batman. That would be the heavy police, the uber cop, the paramilitary police. So the order out of chaos formula has the Joker and the Batman is kind of this dialectic they've set up. But anyway, yeah, Batman is your uber cop, the ultimate enforcer, and then of course Joker is the wild card that the regular cops can't stop. Okay, let's go through a couple other videos. This individual, again, Jurassic Liars, has found a lot of interesting bits of material here. And one of the things he highlighted today has to do with this election recount. And he says, he seems to think that Trump may be coming back. And I'm not going to play this whole video. However, there is this thumbnail here I'm going to have to put on the screen. It's I don't know what the deal is. I kind of do. there's a lot of interesting stuff with Donald Trump. You got to look into the 58 Matrix. Like, if you voted for this guy, that's cool. It's a good story, but it's all just a story. But let me go ahead and play about 30 more seconds of this guy's video, and then we'll move on. But there's quite a lot to suggest that Donald Trump is a complete fabrication, made-for-TV character from the time that he stepped on the world stage. The whole thing was already written in advance.
I told you it's not over till the fat Elvis Trump sings.
Now, one more thing. I don't know precisely what his connection is with Elvis and Trump, but there is something to this. Even lately, the media has called Trump Fat Elvis. And it is true, in his later years, Elvis was known for, spray painting his face orange. Trump biographer says ex-president is in his Fat Elvis period. This was just a couple weeks ago. Biden to get to work as Trump enters Fat Elvis stage. Look, his own biographer. So what does that mean? Well, you remember from the Fat Elvis stage, it was a lead up to his exit from the world stage at the age of 42. I'm not going to go too deep into that. I think this is all just the media playing with memes and words, and they may not even know the full import of it, but I think there's a deeper message here, and that's what Jurassic Liars has picked up on.
Ah, man. Let's see what happens, folks. And I don't know if this is a legitimate headline, but it says Trump suggests Arizona recount will be first domino to fall. Let's see what they find.
Will make a triumphant return to the White House.
So let me tell you what this means. So if he's able to prove in Arizona that there was, some type of cheating, and then he can do it in a few other states, the same thing, this sets up perfectly for his deadly head wound day. Because people are going to go insane.
Yeah, Biff Tannen, if you remember, Biff Tannen, who's based on Trump, his exit from the world stage, he's taken out in some way, head wound. Now, I had kind of thought, though, that when Trump caught coronavirus, that could have fit the description of a head wound. Corona, crown, head, and then the miraculous resurrection. Because if you remember, Trump caught COVID 33 days before the election. 3 days later, he was cured. He took Regeneron. So I kind of thought that alone was fulfilling the prophecy or whatever, because they appear to use a biblical meta script for a lot of their storytelling. The whole QAnon thing is literally revelations with a political campaign attached to it. So anyway, Trump is coming. It's not over till the Fat Elvis sings. Economic collapse. There's going to be a purge in 2023. You got plenty of time. Don't say you weren't warned to get your masks early before the prices go up. I'm going to wear a weekend mask when the purge comes. Let me go ahead and open phones, 833-311-1984. I have a voicemail to play.
Tim, I played your show for some normies, and they loved it. I mean, you got that, you got the vibe that really, can get a regular audience of NBCs. All right, goodbye. Later.
All right, appreciate that. He says, I played this for some normies. They loved it. You have the vibe that will reach the NPCs. That would be the non-playing characters. Now, I like that notion, non-playing characters, the ones who go with the cultural default. They believe establishment science, establishment news, establishment media. But, we're looking at the world stage. I would refer to them as extras, more or less, And we are critics, not on the stage. So we're watching the performance, and we're not taking it as seriously as them, or we're not exactly as convinced of the reality of all of the things that are claimed to be real. I mean, that's the main thing. We've shifted a burden of proof. Someone says here that Trump's going to be on tour soon to push the vax. Yeah, look, Donald Trump is going to push the vax and probably push the UFO invasion. I mean, isn't that one of the big things is disclosure? And I have a theory about that. I haven't fully worked it out, but I'll just show you how I'm looking at this so you see where I'm coming from. And again, I'm going to refer to this Metascript thing because this is all pretty much connecting to this idea of an invasion or something. So let me see if I put the 73 on here. Okay, I saw a number of references recently that were pointing to this Galactic Federation, which, if you're not familiar with the Galactic Federation, it's not some cheesy Netflix thing anymore. I mean, they have to do this. They have to like introduce it to you in the fiction first. Remember, Jim Bridenstine had said, we need to stop treating asteroids like science fiction. So now they're real. And now they're real. When they say we need to stop treating aliens as science fiction, they're about to become real. So last December, the former Israeli space security chief said that extraterrestrials exist. There's a galactic federation waiting for humans to reach a stage where we will understand. So this is all very much consistent with what we'd expect, a galactic federation. It's going to be bureaucracy. We may not even meet them face to face. In the Netflix show Colony, which is one of the first places where I noticed this whole predictive programming pointing at Seattle. In Colony, Season 3, Episode 11, there's this scenario where the world has already been invaded, but we don't see the aliens. They work through the governments that have basically capitulated. So you have this reboot of civilization starting in Seattle. And one of the characters who's part of this Operation Phoenix says Seattle is ground zero for the reboot of civilization. And when I saw that, I started looking very closely at a lot of this predictive programming pointing at Seattle, because there's more of that than there was stuff pointing at 9/11. And again, episode 11 of season 3, this 3/11, 11/3 thing connected with Seattle, it's there. So the alien invasion, if it happens anywhere, I would imagine it would happen in Seattle. And the most iconic thing about the place, of course, is the Space Needle. And it figures very prominently in all of the predictive programming and in a few other places. But let me go ahead and show you a couple of things about the Space Needle that are noteworthy here. One, it is an obelisk. Like it was consciously designed. It's consciously designed. It's just a stylized obelisk. However, designed for the new age, the space age. So they did put a UFO on top. So when you look at this thing, what you're actually looking at is a flying saucer and a tractor beam. This is the modern replacement for the Rapture. I mean, the aliens are somewhat bipolar. Either they're going to kill us all or they're going to save us. Which is it? Well, they're going to save maybe 144,000. They're going to wipe out the rest. Like, that's the story, and it's just been recycled. So as it ties to this alien invasion scenario, there are a lot of things about the Space Needle that correlate to the number 42. And the reason this is significant is that the number 42 has been attached to everything pertaining to SpaceX in particular. And they have used that number, Elon Musk or his writers, because it correlates to the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. And if you haven't read the book, which came out 42 years before 2020, so 2020 was the 42nd anniversary of the Hitchhiker's Guide. But a few things about this movie worth noting. One of them in particular is that the way it starts, if you watch the movie, it has the globe Earth surrounded by cube-shaped UFOs. And these cube-shaped UFOs all blow up at once and the Earth is destroyed. Now that, to me, is noteworthy considering that Elon Musk is putting 42,000 of these cube-shaped things in space, CubeSats. So I'm like, well, okay, that's kind of interesting. A bit of end of the world kind of programming, like they set the stage for space wars or something. So anyway, this number 42 has been associated with the end of the world, with alien invasions and all this stuff. So now I'm looking at the Space Needle, and it happens to be exactly 42 meters wide. It's a 42-second trip to the top. There are so many things about it that have correlated with the number 42. Ready for a 42-second elevator ride to the future? That's how it was advertised in 1962. We have many more examples of this, but I'm suggesting that this is the obelisk of the New Age. So if you look into what the obelisk represents, it is the emblem of the earth god. And the earth god dies because he's symbolized by the sun, which dies at the end of the day, and then he's put back together, and then he's resurrected the next day. So this is kind of the story of this earth god and his nightly conjugal visit. And then, of course, he's reborn as the sun the next day. So if you look at the movie Independence Day, look at the cover. It's telling the same story. On the cover of Independence Day, you have a mothership descending upon the Empire State Building. So again, the mothership is symbolized by the top part of the Space Needle. And again, here what you have is alien invasion as the theme. And the mother ship represents the goddess Isis, the goddess of the sky. And so she's coming from outer space. It makes perfect sense in the iconography. And by the way, they lit up the needle on the Empire State Building as a result of the pandemic, which is very significant for a couple of reasons. Mainly, I would say, because it looked like a big needle, like a big vax needle. And then, of course, two, because after 9/11, many people referenced the movie Independence Day because it featured so many things of buildings falling. And it was their closest association to what they were seeing on the TV. So another tie-in, with the iconography, the movies, the films with 9/11 and the pandemic, the 3/11. Lloyd Miller says, Space Needle is a stupid idea. Who approved and funded such stupidity? Well, there's plenty of Space Needles. Plenty. Donnie the Dead said maybe space junk will smash into the Space Needle. I find the term space junk to be very fascinating as well. So, do you remember we were looking at the Aliens Among Us, the cover, how viruses shape the world? This is the Economist cover, where you're seeing outer space, or so you think. You're like, oh, I see some rockets, I see some probes, I see satellites and planets and moons. No, actually, you see AIDS and bacteria and COVID. So what you're seeing is inner space. And this article is suggesting that people who are infected with the virus are like aliens, because you're carriers for the alien invader. So you're like aliens among us. It's this idea of inducing a bit of paranoia. But the thing about it is we're talking about inner space. So this is inner space. And at this time, this was in August, it just so happened to be that Putin releases a vaccine called Sputnik. Sputnik named for the first object thrown into orbit. And this was the dawn of the space age, 10/4/1957. So I'm like, okay, wait, Sputnik, the vaccine. And he was saying that we won the vax race like we won the space race. Just another connection between outer space and inner space. And further, the first UFO crash was in Roswell, 1947 in Corona Field. Men in Black, the television series all about the covert alien invasion, has the main base centered around that Corona Park or Corona Field. So it's like this, it's Corona Park, but the idea of the aliens being some type of internal thing or injectable. Or in the movie Sputnik, see, the day that Putin released the vaccine Sputnik, a movie Sputnik came out about aliens that get into you through a virus and then take up residence in your esophagus and cause you to feed on other people's adrenochrome. So my point is they've correlated outer space and inner space quite a lot. So now we're looking at space junk as this new threat. And I find that to be kind of an interesting term because it's like, well, it's not a pure stream if you have junk in it, in your blood. And it needs to be, so it's like with outer space, they've made these strong correlations here. And I think it's all very intentional. I think they've made these intentional correlations between the needle, alien invasion. They play upon very specific fears. Like, it's not a coincidence that the people who are pro open border are also the pro vax crowd. And the anti vaxxers are the ones who say build the wall. These are lines that they've divided. This is a schism they've created. And it's actually perfect. Tyrone says, space needle, space junk. Seattle's a very heroin friendly town. Right. There may be some more connections there. I'm going to have to go back and read some William Burroughs or something. I know he used to write about his needle addiction and, of course, aliens, and there was some kind of correspondence there. But anyway, this is something they've done for some time, like invasion of the body snatchers, a different form of alien invasion. They Live is probably the one we're actually living through, where they're already here. They already control the means of perception. They already control the media. The idea that there's going to be an invasion, no, it's just eschatology. Now, will they reveal in such a way that it convinces people that we're under the control of a higher power? Quite possibly. And it's supposed to be happening very soon. Echo Charlie says, Cleopatra's Needle in New York is one of the 3 obelisks. Yes, needle and obelisk, these 2 terms are used somewhat interchangeably. All right, let me go ahead and go through a few other things. I didn't want to get too sidetracked, however. There is quite a lot to look at. By the way, Seattle is state number 42, which may play some significance here. This mind mapping thing, if you're unfamiliar with it, what we're doing is we're looking at patterns in the media. And based on these patterns, we're looking at what appears to be a pretty obvious story that's unfolding before us. And it's almost like we have something of an insight to the script, and it's told in between the lines. It's told through symbolism, predictive programming. People have noticed predictive programming for more than 20 years. People have been noticing this stuff ever since 9/11. But now I think we're actually getting somewhere with it. And I don't believe it has a divine origin. It's not synchronicity from the universe trying to wake us up. No, I think it's like Arthur C. Clarke said, any sufficiently developed technology will be indistinguishable from magic. And I think that media, as its true purpose, it's not for informing us, it's for conforming us to a specific worldview. And it's so sophisticated that when people start actually noticing what is actually being said between the lines and these connections and these apparent coincidences, I think when the default explanation is, well, there must be some explanation here, some higher power or something. And I'm saying no. I'm not willing to take the leap to higher power just yet. Okay, I got a tweet here from Pitch Protogen. He said, I'm calling it now. The Arizona audit is going to have a shooting or a PSYOP attached to it at the Crazy Times Carnival that's rented out at the same spot. It's next to a gun show. Okay, so I have a few images to go through, but so this individual here is saying that the Arizona audit may have some kind of a PSYOP attached to it. He says, they're holding a sketchy fair announced Monday in the same lot as the Maricopa audit. It'll last 10 days starting this Sunday. Okay, Arizona State Fairgrounds Crazy Times Carnival opens this Thursday, April 29th through Sunday, May the 9th. So sometime between now and then, if you're a crisis actor looking for work, go to the Crazy Time Carnival grounds. Okay, I see some comments. Some people did some digging. They said the event has no vendors. No one's heard of it. They can't contact the owners. And the whole thing was set up in 7 hours. Okay, here we go. Phoenix Craigslist. Actors needed $15 per hour. Actors help needed for an event tomorrow from 2 to 11. Duties include protest activity, hold signs that are anti-Trump. Minorities are welcome and needed, looking to fill 500 spots. So 500 minorities that are anti-Trump are going to get it in this drama, if it plays out that way. I recommend that you become a crisis actor if the opportunity presents itself, because you can learn quite a lot and you get paid. And you can, I would recommend you just go to whoever's running the thing and, give them a sly wink, a Masonic handshake, and see if you can't get invited to like a higher level psyop. Okay, I'm going to comb through my Twitter likes really quick to see if there's anything else. Okay, so it turns out that Bill Gates and Melinda Gates sent out identical tweets saying that their marriage of 27 years would be over 3:30 p.m. May 3rd. 27333, I don't know. But that's news for some reason. All right, I'm going to leave phones open for just a moment here. 833-311-1984. I'm getting a lot of pictures of people showing me the laziness of NASA. We're very well appraised of how NASA does the bare minimum. The public doesn't have a very high standard of evidence at this stage, and it's getting worse. And we've been talking about this, and it has to do, I believe, with the replacement of organic effects and props with pure CGI. And I think this has just been a work in progress to visually dumb people down. Someone mentioned that scientist Dan Kaminsky died after his Pfizer shot. Wouldn't shock me if his Pfizer shot killed him or whatever, according to the story. I mean, they're putting the psyop out there. But the picture of him, he's in front of a skull and crossbones, and he's 42 years old. So Cult of Saturn symbolism is the skull and crossbones, 42. I'm leaning towards he's probably not dead. Also, we are pretty sure that the former CDC chief Redfield is Dr. Carver. So Dr. Carver, the guy who carved up bodies, the autopsy mortician guy over there in Sandy Hook, yeah, a medical examiner named Carver. They should have just named him Butcher. Anyway, he resurfaced as CDC Chief Director Redfield. You can dispute this if you want. I think it's the same guy. I've mulled this one over, and this is definite. There's a guy named Mason Wells. Nothing suspicious there. He survived bombings in Paris, in Brussels, and Boston. Now, are you a coincidence theorist, or do you just see a crisis actor traveling around? Robot Plague says Melinda Gates is probably sick of dressing like a woman. That's such a tricky one. Melinda Gates has been compared. If you just look, she does look a lot like Kevin Kline. But then she also looks like Robin Williams. But Kevin Kline and Robin Williams look nothing alike. And usually, if A equals B, B equals C, then A is going to equal C. But in this case, it just breaks. It doesn't make sense. She's like halfway between the two of them or something, but I'm not all that intimidated by the Gates. I think these are all just made for TV characters. I'm actually not even a big believer in anything other than maybe placebo being in the vax. I think it's all just to create a schism between believers in establishment science and non-believers. I think that's what it is. It's an injectable schism. And they're going to be able to use this as a divide, as a political divide for the next, 19, 20 years until they come up with something bigger than the virus. By the way, Elon Musk is going to be hosting SNL this weekend. He's on Twitter fishing for skit ideas. I don't know, maybe he doesn't know that they have writers. If you didn't catch this, Mad Mike Hughes' Discovery Channel show Homemade Astronauts premieres on May 13th, 2021. Again, May 13th, season 1 of Homemade Astronauts. I'll put a link in the newsletter. So if you're not subscribed, go ahead and subscribe to the newsletter, infiniteplanesociety.com. You'll stay up to date with everything we're discussing here. And then, of course, anything we discuss, I tend to put the links in the chat. And you remember I've been saying that when they bring out Space Wars, they're going to have cyberspace wars go along with it. Look at this. Japanese accuses Chinese Communist Party of cyber attacks on its space agency. Which, you know, I mean, what can that possibly mean? Cyber attacks on their space agency? I mean, the space agencies basically, they all work together. They pretend to be competing or like they're separate. So it's like World Wrestling Entertainment. Now, last night I was talking about how bad the media exaggerates things because in India, they're having a Wuhan-style meltdown. People are dying. They're having to pile up the bodies and set them on fire because they ran out of room in the cemeteries. I mean, these stories get so dumb. Like there was this one where they said, I think it was in Brazil, they're like, there's no more room to bury the bodies, so we're exhuming cemeteries. We're unburying bodies to put in COVID bodies. And I'm sorry, but like 1 minus 1 plus 1 is still 1. Like, and then you're still left with a body to get rid of. You can't just, it doesn't make sense. But I was suggesting that they're always exaggerating. And so I've said that I'm surprised they didn't claim that the hospitals were so packed that bodies were falling out the windows. Like 9/11 jumpers. Well, someone actually went and they found examples of 3/11 jumpers. COVID positive pressure. Dentist commits suicide. Burned out after testing positive from COVID-19. Jumped from a 14th floor. A doctor at a Delhi hospital jumps. 32-year-old woman jumps off the 4th floor of her building. Couldn't bear the pain of a COVID diagnosis. Suicide of Burmese worker jumped from a quarantine factory window. COVID patient 60 jumps off a window in Haryana, dies. 42-year-old COVID patient jumps from the 4th floor. And again, these are your 3/11 jumpers. So they did actually throw in stories of people falling from windows. And I think there were some Russian doctors, and I think about it, that were thrown from hospital windows. And I found this hard to believe because I've never been to a hospital. Look, 3 Russian doctors fall from hospital windows. Mysteriously. It's like, excuse me, but have you ever been to a hospital where you could actually open the windows? Like, I don't think so. So this is all just very shady. Anyway, thanks for whoever put that together. 6119 says Gates may be blackmailed or extorted too. Yeah, there's this running theme that there's got to be some blackmail ring, that the elites are all blackmailed. I don't know if that's the case. You know, I mean, if they're all just diabolical, then they're just diabolical and it's a club. I don't think that there needs to be any compromise. Like, we're not going to have any whistleblowers. It would have happened by now. And whistleblowers for what? I mean, so much of what we're shown, like, does anybody here still believe in the whole Epstein narrative? Dollar Vigilante debunked that. He went out on a rowboat to the island, to Epstein Island, and he determined that the temple was made out of plywood. The doors are painted on. I mean, that's it. So I'm saying that no, there's no there. And if you think about it, it's kind of a scapegoat, a red herring type of thing where you're like, the elite are the blood drinkers. They're the ones who are trafficking children. No, it's more widespread than just a small group of people. And it's not just a bunch of billionaires, you know, who are depraved. No, I think it's pretty much the case that depravity is represented across all demographics and always has been. I think it's unrealistic to think that you can drain the swamp. It's unrealistic to think that you can perfect society by eliminating a small segment that has to be the ones that you can find to be responsible for everything that's wrong with the world. I think that's kind of lazy, unlikely, unrealistic. Okay, here's the article with, if anyone wants it, a link. 2001 virtual effects guru Douglas Trumbull on why CGI has not outpaced visual effects. This is a must read. It's a must read because what he's giving away here is that the CGI is terrible. And in 2 years, 3 years, it doesn't age well. You look back, you can tell, okay, that looks pretty bad by today's standards. But by contrast, these films by Kubrick are still good 50 years later. That using models and miniatures and real space and real light, it ages well. And it still looks real decades later, but CGI doesn't. And in this article, he makes it pretty clear that, he feels, and I agree with this 100%, that it has to do with the organic props just looking real on a visceral level, that you experience it as being more real. So there's been a major aesthetic change when everything switched to green screen. But apparently these large LCD displays are putting things back to where they were. And I suggested this before. I said that the next space station is going to be a throwback to the 60s. It's going to be a throwback to Kubrick style rear screen projection, but upgraded. They won't have the issues with parallax anymore because it won't be it won't be a background that is, it'll be more immersive. You're not going to be able to see where the stage ends, and that's been the problem. You can see where the backdrop begins, where the ground meets the background on the moon landings. But with the new stuff, we're not going to be able to. These it says here, this is from the director, Douglas Trumbull, or special effects guru. He says, they're replacing green screen with rear projection, but using LCD displays. It's not perfect. It's not the magic bullet. They cost millions of dollars, but they allow everybody to see what the magic is because you're in the location. So what he means here is, when these astronauts are pretending to be in space, they're just LARPing in front of green screens. When you go to one of these studios, you're going to look around and you're going to see the background. You're going to see the clouds. You're going to see what is usually inserted in post-production. So it might even make their acting more realistic. Again, I think that the limiting factor in our deep space expeditions has actually been special effects. And the consumer level entertainment has so far eclipsed everything brought to us by NASA for the last few decades. And I think they've had a good 15 or 20 years to immerse an entire generation in CGI graphics that I think will make them susceptible to the fakery to come. I think that people have been rendered visually illiterate and incapable of telling the difference between real and fake if it's on a screen. And I think they got enough people in this state, visually retarded, that, they're going to fool people into thinking that, we're going to the moon, we're going to Mars. Look at these people, they're on a space station, on a vacation, space tourists, and they won't know. And it's probably not all that different from seeing a society falling into religious delusion or something. Got a comment here. I found this from Becca Loom last week. She asks, and this was on a Q video, is there a plan? Is there really a Q plan? I'm no longer even the same person. My family's divided and unhappy and wandering. I quit my career on principles. There's nowhere to go to escape the COVID psyop. My friends are gone. Life is a bad dream. Where's the military? We trusted the plan. And this is one of these videos on a YouTube channel that was pretty much pro-Trump. But you have a lot of people wondering, where's the plan? And they're still clinging onto the hope that there is some kind of a savior, a salvation, a rapture, and a judgment day. Yes, a lot of people are running into that. So what's next? And this is the reason why I found it interesting here that we have this Arizona recount. Doomed or not, whatever it is, it's definitely giving hope to the people who want to see some comeback. But if Trump does come back, it'll be in 2024, and it's not going to be to save the children from the deep state or to save you from the vax. So at this point, I just find the whole thing to be so played out. I'm surprised that there's even any interest in it at this point. And if 1/6 didn't convince you that the media controls reality, that bad performance art can change the course of world events, that it's all just a stage, then nothing will. I mean, they've already correlated 1/6 with 9/11. In fact, the Babylon Bee put out an article, and it was something about Civil War soldiers glad they're not alive to have lived through the Capitol riot. I mean, people have been clowning this thing from day one. The idea that it was an actual insurrection or something. But the fact is, it's being treated like it is. So it shows you that, no, it's all about perception. And they have it. They have complete control over the perception of most of the population. All right, thanks everyone for joining. I'm going to go ahead and put a link in the chat. Just a heads up, you want to reserve time on Saturday to watch the new episode of South Pole. I want to say thanks again to everyone who pitched in and all those who've been putting their time, effort, and art and their voices into it. The next episode of South Pole will probably be our best yet, I think, just based on the visuals I've seen so far. If you join InfinitePlayingSociety.com, you get access to the Discord server. And from the Discord server, you can join in on any of the things we're working on, including these animated productions. And South Pole is just the first of what should be, I think, a series of I want to do more than just South Pole, satire, etc. But we're bringing good memes to life every single episode without fail. So anyway, thanks for joining. This is Bravo, Eddie Bravo, Flat Earth Rock and Roll.
I worry about you, Eddie. I really do.
You don't need to, man. I'm fucking better than ever.
I know
dude.
you're
have
doing
no
great,
idea.
but I worry about you going down these rabbit holes of thought.
What's the big deal? Who cares if the Earth is round or flat? It's entertaining to me. I went full flat Earth on it. You went That's got to be some kind of CIA psyop.
Why do you think that's fake?
That's fake as fuck. If that's real to you, man, shit. Tyrannosaurus Rex is a giant kangaroo. That's what it is. You're on a ball, you're nowhere. Don't try to go anywhere, just stay there and work. Oh, hell no. Somebody figured it out. Oh, some scientist figured it out. I'm like, everybody's not Catholic? I thought everybody was Catholic. What's a Jew? Radio has been used as propaganda. You could believe that shit. You want to believe that shit? Good luck.
You just apply this to everything.
Dinosaurs are for kids. Radio, TV, and the movies have always been about propaganda. Listen into it. Listen.
Yellow Sparrow Show.
So you think we went to the moon?
That's not what I asked you.
Telecommunication satellite.
You don't think satellites are real?
I don't think so. If you look into the experiments to prove that the Earth is spinning, all of them failed. Look into it. You guys are fooled by the fisheye lens? Come on, man.
I'm so tired of World War III. I don't care for this riot scene. I've got a fever of 113. Watching my neighbors turn into zombies. his moon gulag. Nipsey, forgive me, I can't stay home. I'm going to the lake, gonna paddle my boat. Had enough Netflix, 4,000 lives.
Get with the shit. Get on with it.
Thank you for joining, and may the 4th be with you. It is May the 4th, 2021. This is Infinite Plane Radio, open phones for open minds and even closed minds tonight. If you have a closed mind, you're welcome to call in 833-311-1984. So let's go ahead and go into the list of topics. And if you want to know what we're going to be talking about the following evening, just go to infiniteplanesociety.com and you'll have an idea of what you're going to hear, so you know if you want to call in or not. Tonight's live stream, Signs and Symbols Rule the World. Now, this is something we've been discussing for some time. The role of signs, symbolism, a covert, esoteric aspect to the mainstream hyper-mediated reality that tells us that the world is in the grip of a cult, a doomsday cult. That's one of the ways I would describe it. But you can see the handiwork of it, through its signature, through its symbols, through its signs, and all their various ways of essentially, I guess, shouting out to those within the gang that their work is proceeding as planned. Confucius says, signs and symbols rule the world, not words nor laws. Hard to dispute that. So let's go ahead and start with this. So many things to cover. Oh, by the way, today it's May the 4th, major Star Wars holiday, and Star Wars is more or less basically one of the franchises that helps to shape the modern mind. It's part of the mythos, our concept of heaven, which has been replaced by outer space, has been communicated to us through a lot of these science fiction films, which are laden with symbolism. Luke Skywalker's the sun, Darth Vader's Saturn. Very obvious when you look into the ritualistic plays encoded into these movies. So anyway, I think it's more than a little coincidental that Elon Musk and Grimes' baby that they had last year, today would be the first birthday. So I'm like, wait a minute. They have a Star Wars baby. Now, I'm not even going to try to pronounce the child's name. I believe they went with something inoffensive, something that will never get canceled. And it's basically a Google Chrome suggested password. I believe they call them X, exclamation point for short. But here's a picture. I mean, a lot of people thought it was 3D printed. I mean, what else would explain the timing? May the 4th, it's almost too perfect. And this is something we were talking about yesterday, the significance of birth dates and death dates with characters on the world stage, and why these are significant. And one of the reasons they're significant is the entire cult that I speak of is astrotheological, just as all the so-called ancient religions are. You know, all these various versions of reality share the same clock. It's all astrotheological. And by the way, Elon Musk is hosting Saturday Night Live this week. And he is another one of these, I would call it world stagers, because you can find evidence of his existence before he was even really born. I mean, Wernher von Braun wrote a book called Mars, A Technical Tale, about the first colonizer of Mars, called the Elon. So again, just another actor on the world stage. But anyway, a happy birthday to X, I guess we'll just say. And this is all very perplexing to me. You know, it really is. You see, because Elon Musk was saying that having to change up how we look at pronouns to be gender inclusive is an aesthetic nightmare. That's what he said. But the name of his child, which I'll see if I can find the spelling for you. We have a clip where he's actually asked how his child's doing, and he said what? Like he didn't know. So the son's name is XAEA-12. There's a few sites on here that teach you how to pronounce it if you care to. Okay, moving on. A giant Chinese rocket space debris could crash down in New York, a 22-ton object. So this is a year from the last time it almost happened. We almost had a space 9/11 from China last year. And the year before that, that is 2019, there was a drill called the, quote, fictional event. And the fictional event was NASA, the ESA, and FEMA working together to simulate an incoming asteroid. So I find it curious that they simulated it in 2019. A year later, it almost happened. China almost dropped a piece on New York. And now here we are, a year from that, and it's about to happen. Isn't it curious how things that are drilled for, like worst case scenarios, happen as prepared for? Like they happen as written in the scenario. And it's like, wait, aren't these scenarios being rehearsed in order to prevent these things from happening? Scientists tried and failed to stop a hypothetically deadly asteroid in an exercise. So apparently they did this again. And this time they failed. And so this is from Vice.com. Despite putting all options on the table, including nukes, the exercise played out in such a way that we had to take a hit, said Lindley Johnson, NASA's planetary defense officer. So your planetary defense officer failed to hit a rock that's incoming. Says it's the doomsday event that reigns supreme all over others, an asteroid on a collision course with the Earth. Now, this is also something that we've been conditioned to accept as inevitable from all the movies that we've seen. We've been drilled collectively for this exact scenario. In fact, how many movies? There was one called Salvation that comes to mind recently because I was watching 60 Minutes and the astronaut was talking to the interviewer about how Mars was once like Earth. And then a big rock hit Mars, destroyed its atmosphere, and sent stuff into space, biomatter and whatnot. I mean, even now, scientists say that the asteroid, the size of Everest, that hit the Earth 66 million years ago, created a vacuum. Such was the speed and the force of the impact that it actually sucked dinosaurs out into space. So you could find dinosaur bones on the moon. I mean, this is what establishment science says. Well, they have a similar story for Mars. Basically, Mars was like Earth, and then the rock ruined it. However, the matter that was sent out into orbit made its way down to Earth, and so via the mechanism of panspermia, Earth was impregnated. So we're all Martians, is what the astronaut was basically saying. So we're basically evolved from Martian stuff, and Mars was once Earth, and we're going to try to become Martians again before we destroy this Earth, but we might not make it, or it might get destroyed just as we leave and get back over there. So this is from Vice.com. In addition to being wonderful fodder for blockbuster movies, the scenario was an inspiration for a tabletop exercise with NASA scientists. The asteroid drill is a mainstay of their planetary defense conference. But this year it was different for two reasons. It was virtual because of COVID, and two, the fictional 2021 asteroid could not be stopped, despite their best efforts, even with the nuclear option. The exercise played out in a way that we had to take a hit, and this is again from Lindley Johnson, NASA's planetary defense officer. And she said this is to get our disaster management and emergency response community involved in thinking about how to deal with it. So this is, again, another indicator, I think, that what we're being prepared for is this inevitable problem of reoccurring things falling from the sky. And even though they're showing us asteroids now, I think this might be misdirection. I sense a conspiracy here. If they can get us to agree that, hey, we need to set up global defense against asteroids or rocks, if they can get us to accept the premise, then later they can repurpose it to something else. And that's kind of what I think they're doing here, because they're already sending out things like OSIRIS-X, these things that can knock asteroids off course. But all of these technologies could easily be used in a different scenario. And I think that's what we're being prepared for. The space wars, it's on the horizon. And we predicted it here first. We said a couple of years ago, we're not getting any sort of actual footage of space junk. They never show it to us, but we're supposed to believe it's there. Well, recently, we've been seeing space junk on the regular, really since February of this year. First, it was plane parts falling from the sky in Colorado and a few other places at the same time. Then we noticed various TV shows like Debris on NBC about stuff falling from the sky. And then Leonardo DiCaprio, another tragic comedy like the Titanic, but instead of being hit by an iceberg, it's an asteroid. It's called Don't Look Up. So I see this theme, and I'm like, I think they're going to drop something on us. And on 3/11/2021, the space station dropped a 2.9-ton hunk of space junk. So it's a SUV-sized pallet of old batteries. And again, I have to question, you're looking at the only place in the known universe to contain life, and it's fragile, little blue ball down there. And behind you is an infinitely deep, bottomless trash can with wormholes and stars that can incinerate anything. So why would you drop 3 tons of old batteries onto the Earth from space? It could kill a whale, it could wipe out a village. I mean, my thinking is they shouldn't be doing this stuff, but I think we're being prepared for something. And again, this hype over space junk. In fact, right now I saw an article. It said something like there's 200 ticking time bombs above our heads. So now they've moved the bar forward a little bit. They've moved the ball forward, towards the goal of what I think is basically space junk Armageddon, where now somebody apparently saw the Chinese space station's junk, or that booster. They actually saw it overhead and they recorded it. And so we actually do have video. And this is the rocket that is in an uncontrolled orbit, and it's expected to re-enter and possibly land on, well, really, if you're not in Antarctica, it could crush you here shortly. So here's a video from Astro Farmer Imaging New Zealand, and you actually see a flashing light. Now it's flashing because the boosters are still on and it's tumbling. Now it could be CGI, it could be fake, it could be special effects, but whatever it is, the stage has been set, and if they simulate something falling somewhere, people will believe it. They could do another 9/11 from space. And one of the interesting things about this one is I'm already seeing in the comments people blaming China in advance for the coming disaster, if that's what it turns out to be. The same ones who think that COVID was caused by an intentional accident at some bioweapon facility in China. Those same individuals are the ones who are going to blame China for intentionally dropping space junk on us and endangering life on Earth. And it was just like a week ago, the Dragon capsule was almost hit by a piece of space junk. Again, it's all very conspicuous because it's happening all of a sudden. Now, listen to this. It says, you have to go back to 1991 for a more massive, uncontrolled re-entry. And this is referencing the Salyut 7 Soviet space station that re-entered over Argentina, and that was 42 tons. And then 42 years ago, Skylab fell. All right, so let us continue. The topic tonight, signs and symbols. One of the things I want to discuss. It's at this point, it's pretty blatant, but a few things I want to go over. I have a whole lot of images that have been sent to me of basically people in the alternative news, all of them making the same hand signs. So you're used to seeing, like Lady Gaga or Britney Spears or whatever, all these different pop singers and these celebrities making these hand signs, like the Masonic handshakes, the 666 with the AOK thing, the devil signs, the sign of the horns and all that. But someone sent an article to me, and it's fascinating because there's a list here of basically anybody in the alternative truth community that has the attention of the ones that the media calls conspiracy theorists. And all of them are making the same hand signs, making the same types of gestures as the ones that they're supposedly exposing. Case in point, David Icke. I've got about 8 or 9 pictures of David Icke making Master Mason handshakes, not regular handshakes, but grips. It's different from a handshake. It's a specific way of gripping the other's hand and placing the thumb on a specific knuckle. And David Icke is making this hand sign all over the place with every person he interviews. And again, it's very interesting. I mean, I would just have to ask, I like a lot of these people. I like David Icke, for example. But what does it mean when David Icke gives a Master Mason handshake to, looks like Jordan Maxwell, for example? What would you make of that? If you want to comment on that, 833-311-1984, is David Icke a Freemason, even though he's the one claiming to be exposing it? Here's Alex Jones making the hand signs, the 666 thing. Same thing with Paul Joseph Watson, an employee of Alex Jones. There's Darren Nesbitt. And these are people who should know better. These are people who make a living as, quote, truthers, exposing the celebrity adrenochrome junkies, the baby killers, the Satanists. So why are they making these hand signs? Like, for example, and you could say it's unconscious. I would say, no, it's not. It's just not. Do you ever unconsciously just raise your middle finger at a camera? Or when you're giving a speech, you're really into it, so you just start flipping everybody off? No, you don't. It would never happen. So if you're someone who preaches against this or that hand sign, why would you make it? Well, I'll let you answer. Anybody involved in InfoWars, I have a collage. They're all making the same hand sign. This would be Del Bigtree, major truth teller, anti-vaxxer, making the hand sign. So I have a ton of logos posted. If you go to infiniteplainsociety.com, you've no doubt seen all of these, but it's worth looking at again. I look at my computer. I got a Chromebook. It's like, well, I got my Adreno graphics processor and my Chrome browser, Adrenochrome, with the 666 logo. On my Facebook with the Tubal Cain Masonic logo. Log into my Gmail with the logo and obvious Masonic apron. G, it's a blue G, like the big blue G in the lodge. So again, Males Club, Gmail, pretty obvious. They don't even hide it. The question is, what does it mean? What does it mean that we're in the grip of a world-spanning secret society that was here before any of us were born, that controls the media, controls all the religions, and shapes our collective worldview? Despite our best efforts to call it out as a contrivance and fake, I mean, how many of us have been calling this stuff out for so long? A few years, you just repeatedly mention this stuff, and you get agreement from people, but it doesn't change anything. It doesn't matter. The consensus really dictates reality. And if they start bringing in fake UFOs, guess what? UFOs are now real. And it's really easy. What they do is they introduce it in fiction. Then they bring it to you on the news, and then it's real. It's like magic. Like they summon. It's pretty much, the television has become, for all intents and purposes, like a portal of a kind. And it really does give the media ultimate power. I got a clip I have to play here. I don't know if this is a coincidence or not. This is Donald Trump last year. One of those clips that doesn't age well, but maybe this was what we would consider to be foreshadowing or force meming, or in other words, putting a certain meme out there for the intention of planting a seed. Take a listen.
Made a fool out of himself last night. He choked. He's another one. He's going, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Don't ask me the question. Please. Don't ask me the question. I can't breathe.
All right, there's Donald Trump. By the way, Donald Trump's on a new platform. It's like his own Twitter account. It's called DonaldJTrump.com. I think it's from the desk of. And what it looks like is basically he tweets to himself, and then there's an option to share anything that he tweets. So it's kind of like his personal Twitter stream. Yeah, that's what it's called. From the desk of Donald J. Trump. If anybody's interested, which, to be quite honest, I think that the QAnoners got really burned and used, and I'm wondering, who's going to save the children? Just to continue on the conversation about hand signs and signs and symbols, etc. This is a post from someone on Twitter. They said, everyone knows about the close relationship between LeBron James and Jay-Z, but nobody knows how deep it is. So this is an interesting topic in itself because you can find a lot with Jay-Z associations with Aleister Crowley, a lot of Masonic stuff. But again, Masons, hand signs used by these celebrities who are all very prominent figures in the news today, major pushers of the major transformative psyops of our day, the ones that we're living through, the ones that most people think are real. I mean, there are real things that happen, but there are propaganda acts that take place in plain sight. And, the public is pretty ignorant about really how controlled the media is and how monolithic it is. Like, here's an example. On January 6, 2021, the history book is going to say that there was an insurrection. It was a bloody war zone, mass casualties, bombs, explosions, planes crashing into things. But in reality, it was bad performance art. And I've seen some pictures emerge from the so-called insurrection where nothing was damaged, nothing was burned, nothing was look, nothing happened. Aisha Babbitt didn't even die. That was fake. That's been debunked. Like, they do this. They stage. This is called psychological operations, and these are called psychological operations. They stage something to get you emotional, to get people distracted, and then they put it on the news, and they basically they infiltrate our reality with these psyops. So it's just a movie. It's a drill or it's a rehearsed scene. But once it hits the news, it's entered into the public consciousness and they have editorial control. So even though rational thinkers and people paying attention know nothing happened on January 6th, the public thinks it was this major event. So the pictures that I'm presenting tonight show that it was 99% cameramen. It was pretty much theater. So in one picture I'm looking at, and you can see their media badges, there's half a dozen cameramen, actually there's 7, surrounding the guy with the buffalo horns, the so-called QAnon shaman. Again, all staged, all theatric, and I wouldn't be surprised if this wasn't set up by Jimmy Kimmel or something. I mean, just really bad comedy. Not that it matters, because again, reality is dictated by what the masses believe, and at this time they happen to accept the version of reality that says that it was an insurrection. All right, phones are open, 833-311-1984. I have a few more things I want to go on into this topic with David Icke and some of these other high-profile truthers. I found an article here, and I'll share the site, puretruth.co.uk. And they've uncovered some very interesting material. The article here is called Dial M for Masons. And again, what this article is doing is it's going deep into the truth movement, the people that those who don't trust the MSM trust. So if you don't, this is why I use the term guardrails. If you don't trust the mainstream news, you diverge a little bit, what happens? Well, you hit a rail. You're guided back to the mainstream, even though you're on the edge. But you don't go over the rail. You don't question it too deeply. And so what we have here are many individuals who just happen to be ready to intercept anyone who strays a little too far and steer them into acceptable conspiracy theories. Infinite Plane Radio, do you think that the truth community is run by Freemasons and insiders?
Sure.
Can you name anybody in particular, like David Icke, for example? Do you find him to be particularly trustworthy?
No.
Who do you trust? Anderson Cooper?
No.
Do you believe in COVID-19, and what shape do you think the world is?
Oh, am I on the air?
Yes. I asked, do you believe in COVID-19, and what shape do you think the world is?
Well, the world is round, and COVID-19, I've seen the sickness. But I'm curious how, when you talk about the insurrection and say that it's just a Jimmy Kimmel bit, how you don't account for the fact that people died that day.
Nobody died that day. And not only that, but the way that they were supposedly killed was entirely misreported, and there's no evidence for any deaths. You haven't seen any blood.
There's no evidence for the death of the Capitol Police?
No, all psyops. And that's what I'm saying, psychological operations.
How about the family? How about the family that buried their loved one, their father?
I'm sure that they're happy because they get paid a lot of money to participate in psyops. It's a gig.
I participated in the funeral
of
the officer.
You participated in the funeral of Officer Sicknick or something?
I was one of the attendees.
There were
thousands or hundreds of us. I won't say thousands. There were hundreds of us.
So
we were out in the streets and we walked through. And how can you be saying these things didn't happen? Like legitimately saying that? I clearly I'll shut the computer off and won't listen to this drivel anymore. But it's so disrespectful to be saying it to the families. And yeah, the earth is round.
Okay, well, we can agree to disagree on this, but you have no evidence that this stuff was real, and you're on the wrong side of history if you're going with the mainstream media and its agitprop designed to divide this nation and really the world. It's a real sick thing that they're doing. Brian Sicknick is a crisis actor. Was he killed with a fire extinguisher? No, they took that back. Did they ever release the autopsy? No. Why is that? Did we lose him? We lost the caller. So this caller claims he was at this funeral. This is a common thing you see whenever you have these psychological operations out there. You have damage control and you have virtue signalers. So damage control would be somebody who's on the inside, like somebody working for an organization dedicated to preserving the integrity of a narrative, such as the groups that are there to defend the Sandy Hookers. So this individual is probably just a virtue signal type who has no connection to Officer Sicknick, but he's willing to lie, which is a sin, and it's against the 10 Commandments. So he's willing to lie and anger God in order to enforce the MSM's version of truth. And we know that the MSM is pretty much run by, well, the devil, for all intents and purposes. So who does this guy work for? Like, you're not virtuous if you're defending MSM liars. And all we're doing is asking questions. So anyway, Babbitt's not dead. Look, this is the thing, and he says it's disrespectful. I'll tell you what, one of the persons who supposedly died at the Capitol Hill riot had a Gadsden flag, "Don't tread on me," and she was trampled to death. That's hilarious. This is just comedy. Then there's another one. I mean, Babbitt, obviously, if you looked at her persona on her fake rants, because she's obviously an agent and a plant, works for the Air Force or whatever, she's creating this persona of this rabid anti-communist, just like this story by Sinclair Lewis, the Babbitts. And the Babbitts are basically triggered conservatives wrapped in the American flag. So she wraps herself in an American flag and storms the Capitol. I mean, it's just a bad joke. Then you have the other guy who tasers himself in his genitals and dies.
That doesn't happen. Officer Sicknick was supposedly hit in the head with a fire extinguisher. It didn't happen. Then you had that one officer in the RoboCop armor being crushed in a door, and he's crying like a baby. And I'm like, wait a minute. The mainstream media, the liberal MSM, hates cops and always has. It celebrates their death. It celebrates precincts burning, and it loves the people who protest cops. But all of a sudden, they're super sympathetic for Officer Sicknick and the guy that gets crushed in the door. And the guy that got crushed in the door, after making a fool of himself for whatever crisis actors get paid these days, he goes on camera smiling, and you can see his smile through his face diaper. And he says, I was totally willing to get crushed to crush white power. I'm like, this is so corny. I mean, whoever wrote that? Now, there were more. I mean, every single death is questionable. That lady with a Gadsden flag did not get trampled to death. Hey, caller, do you think that the Capitol Hill riot was believable, or was it bad performance art? Caller, are you able to... No. Lost that one. We'll go with bad performance art as the default. Very little of it's believable. But again, this is the thing. We live in two different universes. The people who believe the news live in one universe, and those of us who are critically analyzing the news, not taking sides. I mean, I'm not on Fox's or CNN side. I recognize they're both part of the monolith. Yeah, Lean Dion, the crushed cop who said he was happy to crush a white nationalist uprising. And he was getting squeezed in the door, and he has this like look of total agony, and I'm like, there's no way with that body armor that he's actually being crushed. And by the way, the FBI said we don't have any evidence that there were any, and this is what they said, we don't have evidence of any Antifas undercover pretending to be Trump supporters. Well, no, you absolutely have this. You have multiple examples of basically BLM types putting on MAGA hats. So if you think it's real, you're being dishonest, which is cool. You know, that's the norm today. You can be a liar. You know, today they chastise you if you're a truther. You got to be a liar. Liar's the status quo, and you're basically lying on behalf of the media when you go along with this stuff. It's the default, like I said. Now this is just more accelerant for the fire here. So now we have this incident of this is terrible because it probably doesn't mean anything, but this is a guy who's never been to DC. He shows up and he puts on a hat and a shirt that says "Your knee off our necks, BLM." He's one of the jurors for the Derek Chauvin conviction, and now Derek Chauvin's trying to get it overturned, which might happen. And this whole event was fake, by the way. The numerology tells the whole story. Not a coincidence that George Floyd was killed on 5/25/2020 and the sun set at 8:46 that day, and that he was suffocated for 8:46, and that 8:46 a.m. 9/11 starts. Not a coincidence that 330 days from his death, Chauvin gets the conviction. Nor is it a coincidence that there were, quote, 33 people in the courtroom during the Chauvin trial. Like, why even put that out there? But there is so much symbolism and subtext and obvious just theater that there's no reason to think that any part of this is anything other than a major psyop. It's meant to 9/11 America. That's why Derek Chauvin had a hearing on 9/11/2020. It's to rub salt in the wound. And then when they let him out, the timestamp, if you look at when they released Chauvin, it was 11:22 a.m. and 11:22:63, of course, the date of JFK's assassination. And they do this to build associations. Associate him with Oswald, for example, who also killed a 46-year-old. Because Floyd, like JFK, was 46. These numbers tell a story. The birth dates, the names. That's why I don't get too attached to these things. When you're looking at a psychological operation objectively, and you're not taking sides, you can see the inside jokes. You can see the various, like, for example, when you look at the insurrection, or the so-called insurrection, you can tell that many of these images were staged. And they were staged to look like very specific things, to reference the fall of Rome, for example. So when I say bad performance art in theater, that's quite literally what I mean. All right, let us continue. Knockout Bear says, yay, victim shirts. Well, you know, this is the thing. I find this really curious that limited government conservatives tend to stand down when it comes to the topic of police brutality. Like, whether or not you believe these things to be real, these politicized deaths, the fact is those who are against big government ought to be the ones who are vocally against the police violence. But they've perfectly divided the issues in this country so that the people who are naturally predisposed to back the blue will find a reason to. Because every time we have one of these events, within 24 hours, you get their rap sheet. Or they tell you, oh, this was actually the case. So they give both sides reasons to take a polarizing position. One side's like it's a martyr. The other side said, no, the cop was saving us from a criminal. Knockout Bear says, it's wildly inappropriate, dare I say disrespectful, to wear the face of a dead guy, much like you're wearing a cross with your dead savior. Well, yeah, that's one of the powerful things about this, though. Black Lives Matter is a martyr cult, and that's the nature of it. You know, you're creating a new. It's a movement, and it's about emotion. You need faces, you need names. It's very effective. I even think that the "I can't breathe" is it's an anagram for a better China. And I think that's intentional. I think it's another one of these forced memes. That's why I brought it up when Trump said, I can't breathe. That was a theme last year. They can't breathe because the cops kneel on the neck. That's the thing. Like we can't breathe, and then everyone else can't breathe because COVID. Then this group can't breathe because masks. The conspiracy theorists can't breathe because 5G is causing them to lose oxygen. That was a reoccurring theme last year. It was about censorship and the loss of breath. But the phrase "I can't breathe," I believe, was chosen as a rallying cry because it is an anagram perfectly for a better China, which at first sounded strange. It's like, well, what's the meaning of this? I mean, clearly, you have this communist group. You can kind of see why China would be in the picture here. A few other things, specifically at that scene. There in the Twin Cities that would connect with the symbolism of China, like the red dragon. But later in the year, then we started hearing Build Back Better. So the better China, Build Back Better, seems to fit something. And again, symbolism pretty much tells it all. The sun set at 8:46. It again, another indicator of the astrotheological nature of this cult. It's all based on the sun, the moon, the stars, constellations, and the timing. In fact, so this is a curious thing that happened. So we have the death of Daunte Wright just down the street from where Floyd was killed. And the Daunte Wright story, he was pulled over because of what? An air freshener. I can't breathe. Air freshener. And there are layers of symbolism to this thing, but one of the things that stood out is the mother said, and this is something else too, by the way, Daunte Wright's teacher was George Floyd's girlfriend. So anyway, the mother of Daunte Wright says they put him on the ground at 1:47, and she repeated that 3 times. So I'm like, wait a minute. They said 8:46 with George Floyd, and they kept repeating it for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. Dave Chappelle did 8 minutes and 46 seconds. That was a meme that was forced into the narrative. So that's what I'm looking at this new event, and I'm like, wait, this is very close to where Floyd was. There's connections with the teacher, being, of course, Floyd's girlfriend. And so I'm looking into this 147. I'm like, well, what is this? And so it turns out that 147 is the name of a documentary about a twin explosion in 1968 that killed 41, injured 150 in Richmond, Indiana. So again, Twin Cities, 9/11 connections with George Floyd. And now we have this Dante Wright connected to George Floyd in several ways, another BLM martyr, and it has a reference with a number, not to the Twin Towers like George Floyd, but to twin explosions in 68. So there's patterns here. So it goes deeper. I look and I see that COVID-19 has 147 million cases. So I'm like, okay, 147, 147, and then Kentucky Derby, May Day. Kentucky Derby, number 147. So I start thinking, well, there's going to be some sort of Black Lives Matter connection to whatever happens with the Kentucky Derby because of this 147, and maybe something correlating to the twin explosions. Sure enough, the place where it takes place, the Downs where the Kentucky Derby take place, are known for their twin spires, iconic twin towers. So I was watching very closely, wondering, are they going to do something, Boston bombing style or something? No, but what happened was the winner was a horse named Breonna Taylor. So there's another BLM connection, as we expected and predicted, based on their use of symbolism and a number calling back twin explosions in 68, which has a great deal of significance when you look at how 68 was something of a template for the media's interpretation of 2020, last summer in particular, which is something we've talked about quite a lot. And it's, just to give you an idea, the media framed the Black Lives Matter movement last summer as reliving 68 and many of the same exact factors and characters in play. Even Donald Trump said, when the looting starts, the shooting starts, which is a line straight out of the segregationists from the late 60s. So when I heard that line, I realized, wait, because he claimed to not know the origin of that particular quote. And let me get you the quote, because it's one of these things where it's just not an accident. When the looting starts, the shooting starts. Okay, so here's the statement on Wikipedia. It was said in 1968, it says, although Frank Rizzo was credited by President Donald Trump with coining the phrase, he never said, when the looting starts, the shooting starts, specifically. Anyway, it was credited with, it was credited to him, but there was someone else who had said it as well. But the point is, here we have this statement used in context of the 1968 Chicago riots being used in 2020. And this was just the start of it. Then we started noting other very interesting figures on the world stage, like Chadwick Boseman was in that Spike Lee movie that was set in 68, released summer 2020. And on the cover of this Spike Lee movie, The Five Bloods, it has 5 individuals kneeling around a grave with a raised fist. And this was before kneeling became one of the major, gestures of the Black Lives Matter group. Again, that's a movie, Spike Lee, and it was set in 1968. So lots of things, not just in the news, but in the entertainment, we're calling back that year in particular. So again, just to kind of reiterate, when I saw the Dante Wright's death being associated with that number, I figured there was some significance there, and I think we picked up on it. Lean Dion says the term coronavirus is from 1968. Oh yeah, there were so many things with 68 that correlated to 2020 that that's when I really started to look at this thing as we're looking at, well, it's worldview warfare, and a lot of history seems to rhyme, but it's intentional. And I kind of picked up on a number of things that, let me bring up a few just to give you some ideas of what we're noticing here. Again, Spike Lee had the individuals kneeling. You can look at that. And that movie was set in 68, but it was also referencing 2020 and many of the same exact issues that we were seeing this year. Okay, so I'm going through a list of things on my mind map called Coincidence Theory 113. And the term coincidence theory is just a way of saying that you'd have to believe in a lot of coincidences in order to ignore many of the connections that we are making here. So here's some examples. 1968, That's the year that the World Trade Tower construction started, by the way. So 33 years later, they came down. That was the year that Space Odyssey 2001 came out with the monolith. And if you remember last year, monoliths were appearing all over the place. I mean, what was with that? And was it ever explained? Last year, we had monoliths appearing all over the world. A metal one was found in Belgium. We had one in Utah. It says, in other news, mysterious monoliths keep appearing. So this is just a callback, I think, a prop from a movie presented in real life. And I think all these, there's 87 of them at least. At least 87 monoliths appeared worldwide. So that's just a reference. One of the things that we noted that, yeah, that's obviously a callback to 1968. 1968 was characterized with race riots and rockets. That was definitely 2020 to a large degree. Night of the Living Dead. And I thought, well, all the masked people, that could be something. I'm just scratching the surface. Don't want to go too far into that. However, my point is that 68 was used as a template for characterizing 2020. And this was a strategy, is what I'm saying. It's a strategy for framing people's interpretations of the events and how they see themselves and what side of history they see themselves on. Not a coincidence either that Jared Kushner was recruiting from the Purge franchise. And of course, the Purge franchise is a pretty good, I guess, example of what we saw last year. Just a movie about people with masks, a lot of rioting, looting, and the government is more or less complicit, allowing it to happen. So Jared Kushner hired the Purge publicist. This is from Huffington Post or HuffPost.com. President Donald Trump made headlines this year when he announced the new slogan for 2020's campaign, Keep America Great. This was significant because the tagline of the 2016 American dystopian movie was The Purge, the election year. The tagline was Keep America Great. So the Purge, election year, Keep America Great. And they hired this guy for the 2020 campaign. So an expert in marketing dystopia would be ideal, I guess, if you are going to sell your voters on the idea of order. You have to vote for order or you're going to get chaos, and it appeared to work. Maxwell Cooper says monoliths are the new crop circles. Well, to me, the monolith has a very specific interpretation now because of specifically Stanley Kubrick's role in shaping our modern worldview. So the worldview that the world stage finds acceptable, not the one that the conspiracy theories, the free thinkers, or the critical thinkers are in, but the default worldview. In many respects, I think that Stanley Kubrick is one of its architects. And it's not just because of Apollo 11. It's much deeper, goes through several other things, but I believe these films are more than films. I believe that society is being more or less initiated / indoctrinated into what? Well, it's the new age. And you can interpret that in a few different ways. But the way I interpret the new age is it's the space age. The space age is it's a new paradigm where we've accepted certain things as, well, inevitable, like asteroids, aliens, the need for wearing spacesuits all the time. So we're being conditioned, I believe, for a new worldview that's all about sustainability, probably living under domes in smart cities. And I think part of conditioning us into this new age is, gradually walking us to it through the culture, through the movies. So the new age movement, the occult, the witchcraft, or a lot of this stuff that came out of the Theosophists, I believe all of this is being repackaged to look more high tech. So technology as savior. So just as an example, you have a world that doesn't believe in an angry God that might flood them if they don't stop sinning. Well, how do you fix this? How do you get non-believers to respond to your threats? Well, you have to dress it up differently. So I think that they repackaged fear of God with fear of globe. That climate change, global warming, is your wrathful God punishing you. You can't get these atheists to believe in, well, sin or regulate their behaviors in order to prevent the spread of sinful behaviors and sinful ideas, etc. And they're not going to quarantine and stay home from the bars and the clubs or stay away from social gatherings because of this sin, because they don't believe in it, because they're scientific, they're enlightened, etc. So you introduce something to replace it, you call it the virus. So now you've reintroduced demonic possession, the devil, which is COVID-19, a devil that the atheists can believe in. The virus has completely replaced sin. It's given the world a puritanical revision. We have this new religion. They replaced holy water, which is ineffectual, obviously, because that doesn't exist. But hand sanitizer, now that can actually get rid of this invisible threat that we all need to adjust ourselves to account for. I mean, it's such a monumental scam. And they've reintroduced salvation in a few different ways. And one of the ways that you're saved, of course, is by being injected with the vaccine, which will keep you from getting and transmitting this sin or this possessing demon. So they have sold salvation to us in the vaccine. And then you have those who are against the vaccine. And to me, these are just the Protestants. The same people who don't trust establishment media, don't want to trust establishment science or establishment medicine. So you have some people protesting. These are the anti-vaxxers. But ultimately, it's all about entering into communion with the world church. You know, a little pinprick, a little drop of blood, doing it for the good of the collective. You mask up, remove your individuality a little bit, but you're doing it for the safety of the collective. So you're sacrificing yourself. So it's a self-sacrificing altruistic cult. Same thing. So I'm suggesting that the new age, the space age, with all of its vaccines, the promise of transhumanism, and even just the idea of, well, exoplanets and wormholes and deep space, it's a complete religious system to replace the old systems. No one's going to go anywhere. Nobody's going to Jupiter. No one's going to outer space. But you're going to spend a lot of time watching simulations of it on TV. Commenter says, shoot me up with the Spirit of Christ. Pretty much. It's your wafer and wine in one shot. And you can find examples of people treating it like they're going through a religious experience. It's like a baptism, washing away the sin. It's a conversion, honestly. You're looking at religious conversion. I see people getting tattoos to show where they got it. And that's just virtue signaling. Like, I'm vaxxed. And I don't buy into any of the conspiracy theories about it. And I've been saying this for months. I'm very pro-vax, and I'm pro-anti-vax, and I'm pro-vax. Like, I'm just like, stick and let stick. Make your own medical decisions. I don't buy into these vax-ageddon scenarios, which makes me something of a pariah among truthers, because for the last year, so-called truthers have been pretty much talking about how we're all going to die, that the Chinese troops are going to come to your door and vax you to death. Never happened. Never happened. And it's not going to happen. So the goalpost keeps moving. So at first it's, no, the 5G towers are going to zap you to death. Then it's the bioweapon is going to kill you. Then it's the mask is going to kill you, or the vax, everything's going to kill you. And I'm like, well, what were these people talking about 2 years ago? Oh, chemtrails. So the clouds are going to kill you. And so I'm kind of done with the whole we're all going to die scenarios for the time being until I start seeing some death. Because chemtrails have been trending since 1999. 22 years. So you have people who have been professionally warning us about the clouds for 22 years. They don't have chemtrail lung. They're not coughing on air. And they still take airplanes and fly to their chemtrail conventions. and they still smoke cigarettes and vape. So you want to tell me that they're worried about some cloud 5 miles above their head when they're smoking a pack a day? Nope. I don't buy it. And the more I look at the whole vaccine situation anyway, look at the pro-vaxxers and ask yourself, do you really want to warn these people? Like, let's just say you're right, that it's going to be full of nanobots and soul-stealing demonic entities and poison or whatever. Who cares? I mean, really. Have you seen any pro-vaxxer that you want to reach out and save? Because I haven't. Whole bunch of celebrities that we can do without. Yeah. A lot of politicians. Look at all the politicians that went on TV and jabbed themselves. It's like, are you going to miss them? And obviously, I'm just joking here. We love our celebrities and politicians here. On the screen, I have a very informative meme. It tells you everything you need to know. On the top is a picture, China, March 2020. On the bottom, India, April 2021. What do you see? Crisis actors, people falling on the streets, and a bunch of individuals in protective posture running out to scoop up the bodies in front of cameras, no less. So the virus is just floating around, taking out victims, and the cameramen are just there, just in time to see people fall on the ground. Now, we didn't fall for this last year. Well, subscribers of Infinite Plane Radio didn't fall for this last year. And we're not falling for it this year. I'm curious to see if the masses believe that India is actually going through what Wuhan went through last year. They probably will, though. Their special effects are terrible. I have actually seen a corpse reach out of the body bag in order to help the two crisis actors lift it up. There are plenty of people in India running around exposing the empty tents, empty hospitals, the funeral pyres just burning wood. That's it. It's just burning wood. No bodies. And that's a major misconception anyway. The idea that there's so many bodies that you would end up having to throw them into a pile and set a match to it. No way. That's another thing we brought up last year. The people are exaggerating how contagious dead bodies are, or could potentially be. No, that's not a thing. Commenter Branch Covidiot says, vapist out here blowing out huge plumes of dihydrogen monoxide, but worry about chemtrails. Hilarious. Yeah, exactly. I watched a chemtrail hangout for 6 hours. One guy was smoking Marlboros, the other was vaping. And they're both telling us all about how for the last 22 years, they've been watching the sky and documenting the chemtrails, the Frankensteins. The Frankenskies is what they called it. So Frankenskies, and it's like it's full of toxic chemicals. It'll give you Morgell's disease. It's modifying the weather. And it's like, wait, what's the difference between claiming that chemtrails are geoengineering and it's going to hurt us someday, and claiming that burning fossil fuels is causing climate change and it's going to hurt us someday? There's quite a lot of overlap between Greta-ism and chemtrail truther-ism. And if you could all just get together and just agree, yeah, let's just get rid of airplanes. She doesn't spread chemtrails. Greta gets on a boat and paddles across the ocean to the UN because she doesn't want to contribute to global warming. So it's kind of strange that so many people who are into conspiracy theories tend to have nothing but disdain for Greta, because she's anti-chemtrail in a way, because she's against, well, flying. I mean, long before COVID started grounding flights, she was talking about, let's stop traveling. All right, Restless Bear says they're only trying to push the vaccine so hard because they love us and care about us so much. Look, they're not going to kill us. They're not going to kill you. Bill Gates, who's single now, by the way. Bill Gates, I mean, $10 billion in, $200 billion out. Okay, so if you're making that kind of money, do you want to kill your customers? Like McDonald's. Do you think that McDonald's wants to kill its customers. They've served billions and billions because they're not killing their customers. There's probably life extension in the Big Mac because they want to serve you until you're 120. And they want to vax you until you're 120. They don't want to get rid of you. Despite what they say with their environmentalist agenda, they just want to move you into zoos. And that's the real thing. They want human beings in zoos and the animals roaming free. This green world order is the future. So if you didn't know, and this is how they caught the right, who are usually against you think you're against communism? You know, you study cultural Marxism and how they're infiltrating. It's like, guess what? The communists control environmentalism and the space program, which is a stalking horse for environmentalism now. It's been repurposed, but from the very beginning, it's all been about, I believe, subverting the American mind, getting property owners to give it up because it's bad for the world and to adopt a more ascetic lifestyle, something more suitable for, outer space, living under a dome, wearing a uniform. I don't think it's a coincidence either that the Chinese space junk that's about to land on somebody here, the chances are it's going to crash near one of us listening tonight. I don't think it's a coincidence that it's the Long March 11. Like the Long March is the name of this thing, this rocket they're sending to Mars. Because Long March through the institutions is one of the slogans of the commies where they were talking about, well, we can't get them to unite as workers of the world. So we're going to have to disabuse them of the idea that they ought to own property and enjoy freedom and free speech. So the Long March through the institutions, the total undoing of the Western mind, I believe, was accomplished through the space program and this utopianism that it offers. There's no difference between the Marxist paradise and your Mars bases. No difference. Just a gulag, a high-tech gulag. All right, let me go ahead and go through comments. If you want to call in, 833-311-1984. We had one caller who was claiming to have been at the funeral of one of these officers that was killed at the Capitol riot. I just don't buy it. Especially for those who sided with the protest movement. If you're pro BLM and pro Antifa, you should be celebrating the riots. Should you not? If the cops it's just so strange. It's like, do they like cops or not? You can't have it both ways. But so far, we do get callers. I invite people to call in who disagree just because I think a lot of things that they hear or people hear for the first time, it might be jarring that some people are literally don't believe that there was an insurrection. And there wasn't. But again, the media controls reality. And you know what the history books are going to say? The history books are going to say whatever CNN tells them to say. Which kind of raises the question of, well, how much do you trust your history? How much can you trust your history if it's really just an extension of mainstream media? Whatever is reported in the news goes into the history books and it goes back. It's like, well, if you want to believe what they say about the past, it kind of leaves you vulnerable. And this was something Orwell spoke about. Controlling the media gives you control over the past and therefore control over the future. Knockout Bear says, I love hearing Tim wake people up. I kind of don't think so. I think people double down. I don't think they like the idea of doubt or something. It offends them. Like, how dare you question when there's victims involved? Like they always say, well, what about the families? That's usually the common thing. It's like to shame you into silence. When people first started calling out fake news a few years ago, I was watching this video. It was after a truck ran over some people in Nice, Paris. And Paul Joseph Watson from InfoWars was covering the event. And he said, don't call it a hoax. Those of you calling it a hoax will get banned. And he banned me. And I thought, well, I'm calling it a hoax because it looked like they were dropping rubber dummies out of the back of a truck. It didn't look like they were actually run over. And I was doing a live stream on this event because it was clearly fake. But I realized that the mainstream truth channels, the ones that I'm saying are all insiders, were preventing people from calling it a hoax. They stuck with the false flag. Let's blame the Muslims. It's a terrorist attack. When no, this is all just psychodrama. Made for TV, fake news, designed to create a rift and a schism that the media can play off of indefinitely. And so on this live stream, I'm looking at this truck attack in Nice, and I'm saying, look at these rubber dummies. And there was a commenter who reminds me of the guy who just called in. And the commenter said, how dare you say this is fake? What about their families? By the way, my girlfriend was killed in that attack. And I'm like, wait, the attack happened 15 minutes ago. So he's watching on TV, his girlfriend gets run over while Christmas shopping. He goes on YouTube and he sees a guy with 500 subscribers talking about it. And instead of running to the hospital to be at her side, he's going to tell me that it's real. And I'm like, well, go to the hospital and take a picture. What are you doing on YouTube? So clearly the guy was not in any way connected with any of these so-called victims. And the same thing here. The individual who called in to say that he was at Officer Sicknick's funeral and then kind of changed the story. No, he didn't shed a tear over Officer Sicknick. I guarantee it. So many crisis actors. You know, you could call it Munchausen syndrome. Probably it's more accurate to call it that. Munchausen syndrome by proxy. The world has that. Or rather, the WHO has it. The WHO, the CDC, Bill Gates, Dr. Fauci, they've got Munchausen syndrome by proxy. They claim the world's sick because it gives them power. All right, let me go ahead and go through everything we talked about one more time tonight, see if there's anything else in here I missed. Look, I found this really great article. I don't want to go too deep into this particular topic. This thing of people who are very popular in the truth communities being, well, obvious gatekeepers and insiders to the secret societies. You know, there are wolves in sheep's clothing everywhere. Infinite Plane Radio.
Yo, what's happening?
Just covering events of the day and this idea that even the truth community is controlled by the mainstream media. What do you think about that proposition?
I like it. It's kind of up my alley of, you know, speaking facts and truths, seeing what, recognizing what's up.
Right. You know, people are I guess looking for answers, and it's just so convenient that you have people with all the answers, but then I'm looking at all these various trusted sources basically signaling that they're in the same cult that they accuse of being a bunch of baby eaters. So it's just wildly inconsistent for them to make these hand signs and maintain that these signs mean this when other people do them.
I mean, what does it really even mean to be like a baby eater per se? Like, I would say most of the public are probably baby eaters just based off the fact that they consume little baby bodies of dead little animals like little pigs and chickens. They're all little babies, so you got to give me that most people are already participating in this crazy infanticide, cannibalism type mess.
Okay, so you're suggesting that so the QAnoners who say that the elite are like apex predators, you're suggesting that now humanity, collectively, the meat eaters, are behaving just like these elite, that we're all predators if we're eating eggs and stuff?
That's you saying that. I'm not.
You're not equating eating meat with eating babies?
No, I'm equating eating babies with eating babies. How is that? Was I blurring any lines there? Like, is a baby pig a baby, or is it not a baby?
Okay. I'll let you explain yourself to the listeners here. You know, I'm open to hearing all this. Like, I find it all really interesting, this idea that the elite are like secretly evil and stuff, but then
babies are babies.
But no, I think it's ludicrous.
No, yeah, you know what I'm always really interested in? the things that people are really scared to talk about, like the elephant in the room. It's like this big thing.
Infinite Plane Radio. Hey, what's up, caller? Any topic? Oh, sorry. Looks like we just lost that one. If you want to call right back. I had another caller interrupt unexpectedly. Okay. Well, anyway, thanks to the caller. Appreciate that very much. If you want to subscribe, click the link below, infiniteplanesociety.com. You can also find the links at darkmatter.radio. Infinite Plane Radio, it seems like we lost the call. Thank you for calling back.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I totally thought you just like dropped me on purpose.
Like to be ironic? No. I mean, it was timed that way, but no, that was not intentional.
Oh, sweet. That's good to hear.
Okay, so are there any books you want to recommend? I mean, what radicalized you? When I say radical, I mean, what made you take this position that you're trying to wake everybody up to the path that they're on?
Well, it's just like a reflection of yourself, and you kind of look and you reflect upon nature, reflect upon just all that is around the world that around you. You look into the eyes of like your dog, and you think, oh, is this much different than looking into the eyes of a pig? Like, you know, real simple things. And like I was saying, the elephant in the room, maybe that's on the world stage, that everyone is like, no, don't talk about it, or let's talk about it, and oh, let's lie about it. Let's not even really examine it. Let's not look at slaughterhouse footage for hours, endless bestiality footage. Like, how do you think they get the semen from the cows to put in the cows? Like, it's
Bill
ridiculous.
Gates. What do you think about Bill Gates talking about transitioning everybody to synthetic beef? Is that something you would like to happen?
No, I don't like Bill Gates or anything he's associated with. So, no.
Wait. Bill Gates is your best hope. He is going to...
No.
Okay.
He's not my buddy.
Okay, strange. I mean, you know, you gotta be willing to accept imperfect allies in some struggles, and he may be your best bet. And right now, he's probably vulnerable and open to things since he was just left by Melinda. So I would go that route first. It's probably an easier sell than guilt tripping people.
Well, no, I really think it's the most obvious thing of people just looking at like, okay, I'm eating a euphemism of this meat. What is it really? It's part of this. Where did it come? This is about tracing these dots back to the source. It's like, where does this semen come from? It comes from this electric dildo.
Okay, hey, look.
Really.
But
no,
look, you
listen.
have to recognize though, just certain
This
ways
is
of
real.
phrase. It's about diplomacy. You know, you can sell things that are, well.
Electric dildos is really what
Okay,
they're
look.
putting in these
Appreciate.
cows'
Okay,
asses.
well, yeah. I'm sure, but I don't think that's what they call them. I don't think that rhetoric is going to score many points. But anyway, I hope you got your points out, and people who wanted to hear that got to hear it. Excellent. All right. Anyone else want to call in? 833-311-1984. We have a few more minutes here. We're kind of ending sooner tonight. We normally start at 10 p.m. Mountain Time, but we're working on the southpole.lol. We have an episode coming out on Saturday. And look, on this channel, like, I'm totally open to people speaking their minds on anything, but again, you know, you have to keep your audience in mind. You know, do you want them to receive the message, or are you going for shock? Maybe that was a technical term. I mean, I don't know. But, you know, something else too, I wonder why some of them don't get their own channels. I would happily promote it. So if the previous caller wants to call in about his electronic semen depositor or whatever, please do. Call in, or rather create your own show, and I'll, you know, promote it or whatever. It sounds like you got quite a niche there. All right, hope everyone had fun. We will be back possibly even tomorrow morning, depending on whether or not that piece of space junk falls down and crashes on a heavily populated area. If that's the case, you'll be the first to know if you're a member of our Patreon. Go to infiniteplanesociety.com, sign up for live stream notifications, and you'll be the first to know when it goes down. And we called it, and I think that is going to happen. All right, this is Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworms, COVID-1984.
deceit. Shut up, shut the door. Government media bent you over like a whore. COVID-19 84, COVID-19 84, COVID-19 84, COVID-19 84. What? Puzzle, face mask muzzle. Going to my grandma's house. Shut it, shut up, cover your mouth. Soap opera dynasty bullshit. COVID-19 84, COVID-19 84, COVID-19 84, COVID-19 84. What?
Telecommunications Act of 1996.
96, y'all.
Gonna filter your eyes and scrub your mind. The weatherman, he's just another bad joke. You can be
All right, everybody. Thank you for joining. This is Infinite Plane Radio for May the 5th, 2021. And we're going to continue along the lines of inquiry that we have been following for the last few weeks, months, years, however long you've been with us. This conversation continues. We're analyzing the world stage, the script that guides it, which I would contend was written before any of us were born, and it extends into a future that none of us will live to see. The phones are open, 833-311-1984. I think I have a voicemail to play. Let me go ahead and start with that. So voicemails are always going to be played, so if you're not able to catch us live, generally it's going to be at 10 p.m. Mountain Time, weeknights. You can always just call in and leave a message. Again, it's 1-833-311-1984. And I'll put the number on the screen in case you want to call. Open phones for open minds, but also closed minds. I invited one yesterday, and we had a caller challenging the premise of essentially everything that I was saying, and we appreciated that very much. Okay, let's take a listen.
Hello. I just wanted to say I appreciate, the contents that you threw out there. I'm a long time coast to coast and probably since '95 listened to Art Bell originally, right?
Okay, so just in case you're not catching that, he says he's been listening to Coast and Art Bell since 1995. So here's someone who's been listening to Late Night Talk for 26 years.
You're in that mix, so I thank you. I thank you very much. I hope you. I wish you success and hope you can spread your every link available to your programs and stuff, and made easy and stuff. I don't know. You send text messages and I don't know, Facebook, whatever you could do. The more the merrier.
Awesome. Okay, this is feedback from a listener. Appreciate that very much. And yes, we are going to continue with this format. Minimum 5 nights a week. I have other podcasts planned. Lots of things in the works. Right now, our focus is on starting South Pole back up. It didn't really stop. It just had a pause while we upgraded. We burned out a few computers, but we have more people than ever, more writers, more voices. So plan on that for Saturday night, May the 8th, South Pole, and you'll be able to find it by going, just listen here. I'll be carrying the whole thing. All right, let us go ahead and continue. So the title of tonight's live stream, I saw a picture today, by the way, if you're wondering about why we have Joe Biden in a sombrero at Del Taco. There's just no time that I can think of where you're going to send the president inside to get lunch for everybody. But that's what happened. apparently. I guess Secret Service were hungry for lunch, and it's like, hey, Joe, could you just go run into Del Taco and get us something to eat? There's a picture of him, a paparazzi kind of shot of the President of the United States, like nobody's protecting him, and he's holding a bag of tacos because it's May 5th. Kind of like how a few years ago, Donald Trump was eating was that a Mexican taco? Some kind of a taco bowl or something? And he said I love Hispanics, and he's taking a bite out of a taco bowl. Anyway, just more pandering, posturing, PR, which is their specialty, that is their job. Donnie the Dead says Clinton used to go into the local McDonald's. Or a body double. I mean, you don't even know. It could be a movie set somewhere. A McDonald's out at Castle Rock. Totally fabricated. And most of the stuff really is. A lot of people were perplexed by the picture of the Carters, Jimmy Carter and his wife, posing with the president and the first lady. And people thought there was something wrong with the scale. Are they messing with our minds? Did they purposefully put this out there to mess with us? But you can tell by the curvature at the bottom of the chairs just what kind of angle you have and why you have this kind of distortion. So I don't think there's anything strange about the distortion. The strange thing is, why did they release the picture? If it's foreshortened in a way that's awkward and it makes somebody look huge next to somebody else in an unflattering way, why would you release it? And I'm starting to wonder, maybe it's intentional. See how much we're paying attention, because people have been noticing a lot of things. Commenter says, what's up, thought criminals? Maxwell Cooper said it was the Trump Tower Taco Bowl. It actually sounds kind of decent. I wouldn't know, but he took a picture like just grinning over the thing. You know, this is how it works though. You know, Hillary Clinton goes around the country, and whatever state she's in, she has the accent that corresponds, like the local dialect. They're chameleons. Infinite Plane Radio, have you heard the weirdest Bill Gates divorce theory yet?
Yes. So, basically, here's the thing with this Gates divorce thing. So it seems like on one part, this could be some sort of, some fake news. I mean, let's face it. Bill and Melinda Gates have never, ever been a legitimate couple. That is a fact. And second off, I mean, this could just be some sort of distraction to point you away from the fact that this could be a corporation divide, kind of like the way the Roosevelts really disguised as the Disneys, disguised as Hitler, etc. And number three, I mean, this could be a mystery. I mean, it's probably another farmland kind of thing, probably Bill Gates trying to get it, single, ready to mingle kind of fad. I mean, just a sort of stage clownery.
Well, check this one out. So for some time, people have spread this meme around. That's, you look at it, it's like, okay, well, I guess they're just being, Twitterers, just being mean, which they're trying to stop mean tweets now. But people spread this meme around that compared Melinda Gates to Kevin Kline, Calvin Klein's brother. And I have to admit, I spread that meme myself because it looks like Kevin in a wig. Well, this is the strangest thing that has come up yet. Bill Gates goes out once a year with his ex-girlfriend. And this kind of has spread around a bit that they had this arrangement in their marriage that once a year he gets to go hang out with his ex. Well, it turns out the ex happens to be the brother of the actor, married to the brother of Kevin Kline. So she's
Edward Klein, correct?
That's correct. What are the odds?
Oh my gosh, yes. Oh no, you know what? Yes, Melinda Gates has definitely been replaced by Kevin Kline in drag, for screw's sake. I mean, the way they do that, I'm sure they must have had that person get a little bit of body panels, put it back on estrogen, and yeah, guess what? I mean, Melinda Gates in the flesh all of a sudden. I mean, look, the Bill Gates thing, look and replace, is also a fact, considering that, isn't it just strange that just 2 years after Bill and Melinda first got married, that they will suddenly just, get a foundation, make one out, and then go to Africa expedition, and then, what part of that adds up? I mean,
no,
clearly
you're right.
They got to replace somewhere along the lines.
No, no, this guy's weird from the bottom of his bowl cut down. This none of this adds up. Like I mean, I guess it's their thing. They had this arrangement, but what are the odds that his arrangement to consistently have an annual fling with his ex? What are the odds that her brother-in-law is going to look exactly like his wife? That doesn't make any sense to me.
No, it doesn't indeed. And quite frankly, I mean, how is it so? I mean, clearly they have connections. I mean, Calvin Klein, the Gates, geez, who knows what else is there? I mean, William Gates, after all, was a eugenicist, so there's some family connections there too. I mean, there's no doubt that this looks to be a sort of a family distribution thing. Probably looking to spread the line, both of them.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Hey, by the way, did you catch this earlier today? I don't know if you caught this last night, but I was saying that I kind of hope that the Chinese space junk crashes in Seattle. Well, it just so happens that over Seattle last night, the Chinese space junk was actually spotted, lightening up. Like it's just right over. Just it wasn't the space station. So I think it might be in the path of Seattle. I don't know if you saw that.
Wow. No, actually, I did not hear of that. But now that you do mention that, no, you know what? Seattle does look to be the case scenario. Unlike a certain someone that said Kansas, somebody, no, it's definitely Seattle. I mean, they're a very lost city. I mean, they're full of homeless people by the report, by a documentary. And second off, I mean, the Kraken, the third off, the Space Needle, fourth, the whole 1942 debacle. And wow, Chinese space junk. Yep, that narrative being pushed over. I mean, clearly some United States industrial complex crafted wood pellet right there, just calling it space junk. And now they're going to make everybody go into frenzy, especially Mark Frugal.
Well, look, somebody tried to say it was Starlink, and I have to question that, based on the timing, because this was after 9 p.m. And the problem with that is that Starlinks have to reflect the sun, and they're only 185 to 200 miles above the surface of the Earth, so they're well within the umbra of the Earth's shadow if it's any time past sunset, like 20, 30 minutes. So there's no way that given the shadow that the Earth would project into space that goes out for almost a million miles, there's no way you would see these things. So I happen to think it's the Chinese booster. Not 100% on it, but just odd that everyone's looking up for this piece of space junk, and it happens to be that Seattle spots a streak in the sky, which, by the way, it's the 42nd state.
Oh, no, certainly. I mean, how would that add up? I mean, the way these spot their metrics, I mean, that's something that's very out of balance. I mean, look, if you just look into, like, their whole Earth orbits in general and all that junk, I mean, clearly it seems very fallacious. I mean, obviously we're not on any sort of platform that'll just suddenly have stuff coming in from the outside. I mean, that just doesn't happen at all.
Now, listen to these really quick 42s, because this thing is, it's 21 tons, so 42,000 pounds. And it's being compared to the Skylab that fell 42 years ago, and it's being compared to another one from 30 years ago that was also 42,000 pounds. So we're looking at these, like, I guess, to me, I think this is all scripted. But I'm looking back on when Skylab fell, and people were planning on it so much that some people were making jokes about it. And I had this flyer called the Skylab Protective Helmet. Don't be caught dead without one. And some newspaper actually printed an ad for Skylab helmets.
That's very, very interesting. I mean, basically going to show you that, yes, that programming, that the whole comic of she got hit by space junk is clearly going to come to life thanks to them. And, I mean, they did it in the making for years. I mean, the space age, the entire junk falling down just because, I mean, so-called aircraft. I mean, wow, this actually connects to Donnie Darko, but instead of a suburb, it's just the city of Seattle, and now they're just going forward full green on it.
Oh yeah, there are many things that connect this with the Donnie Darko movie, but this just shows, I mean, this is an ad from 1979. 42 years ago, we had the same script where everybody's wondering where it's going to fall. And we had already made jokes about this on South Pole, where it's like if the same authorities tell you to helmet up, who are you to say no if you trusted them with the mask thing?
Exactly. I mean, they'll just say, okay, Karen, wear your helmet, basically. Just that kind of joke schematic.
So now they also said, and I saw this on a report from Sky News or something, that it's going to fall between plus 42 and minus 42 latitude. So they have another reference to that number. And for people who don't follow this, everything with the space program, just look up Elon Musk and the number 42, has a 42 attached to it. In fact, the Starlink that crashed on February 2nd had a big 42 on the engine that they put on there as a reference to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, where the world gets blown up.
Wow, that's very eloquent in front of your face. I mean, clearly, it's hard to tell who's going to take the best advantage of it, though. But the 42 symbol really is everywhere. 42 years back, the entire space narrative of the fallenness, the Astros and stuff like that. It really gets on your face after a while. Listen, so I noticed in yesterday's cast there is this guy who's seemingly unsure. So when you asked him that if David Icke was a Freemason and all that, but apparently the guy started going off into how the Earth is suddenly a very fictitious ball and how he was supposedly there in 1621 when some cop didn't really die, but he said it died. I can't help but know that person is very, how should you say, he didn't seem too agent-like. He seemed a little bit clueless, almost unintellectual. But on the other hand, he seemed very naive, very, how should you say it? He's just a little bit, overreactive. He must have been on that blue pill kind of mindset where, somehow, some certain race is being threatened by these other smaller ones, via critical theory and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that guy seems very, no, you know what? He doesn't seem, no, he is very auto-believer-ish. Clearly,
Yes.
He just yelled that kind of tone.
Yes, and you're referencing the caller from yesterday who was claiming, first he said he was at the funeral for Officer Sicknick, then he kind of backed up his story. He backed away from it. He said there were he made several changes, but the point is, he was appalled that I said that the Capitol Hill riot was just bad performance art and propaganda and theater. He was appalled at that notion, and he said, well, how dare you insult those families? I was at the funeral. And I'm like, wait, there's no way this guy who's calling in to this live stream was at the funeral for Officer Sicknick. And I called him out on it as possibly lying, and I think he kind of tried to back off. But I see this a lot. This started probably after the Sandy Hook thing, where people who barely watch the news would see the non-believers and they would just reflexively defend it like they're being paid to. And it's the strangest thing. It's like, why are you defending mainstream media narratives? Why are you trying to do their work for them? If they're not providing evidence,
Yeah, exactly.
that's on them.
I remember in late 2014, I ended up posting a picture where somebody denoted that the same act he wore to the cell phone girl was the same, the one from Sandy Hook was the same one that was in the Boston bombing. And when I did post that in those days, which was before both Conspiracy and Auto Hoax, somebody ended up saying, oh, no, it was proven false. Some sort of media idiotic outlet said so. And I'm just kind of thinking to myself, I don't know, doesn't it seem odd that they look exactly alike, even do the same exact thing, and don't have anything that's different apart from them? It's that kind of guardrailing that really just makes you very hesitant, skeptical, and even very negative towards those types.
Shame, yeah. They try to shame you out of questioning the news, and that's a very good, a strong and powerful tactic, because you have your social media presence is there online, and you can be essentially brought down for any meme. Like anything you tweet can be used against you in the future, and so people are wary about being branded as hateful, for example. Like just questioning the news associates you with conspiracy theories, and something as innocuous as is the earth flat has somehow been connected with Nazis in the minds of the mass media and the people who believe in it.
Yeah, exactly. They think that anything that disagrees with their narrative is suddenly Nazism, even though National Socialism, or China Zion, as I like to call it. So basically, even though China Zion went more or less with a hollow concave Earth model, even though they're the ones that do the whole rocketry, even though they're the ones that kind of colonize and completely go for identitarianism over individualism, somehow flat earthers who go for the exact opposite, individualism, non-statism, anything along the lines of being individuals, expressing alike, thinking and let think, even though that's the scenario that's really there, the media just wants to make it out as if, no, they're the ones trying to colonize, they're the ones trying to spread like the Black Plague, and hence COVID and all that.
Oh, yes. The public actually has been conditioned to think that bad ideas can be caught like a sickness, like a disease, and that if we don't get rid of the bad ideas, they will continue to spread until people radicalize and they storm the Capitol. Like they create this slippery slope that people, it's this imaginary thing that, oh, you listen to one video from Alex Jones, and next thing you know, you're hooked on radical ideology. And they tried the same thing after 9/11 with this idea of radical religious fanatics blowing themselves up, and it's mostly just this exaggerated threat. All of the shooters are now suddenly conspiracy theorists all of a sudden. Like whatever happened to the Christian shooters, or Muslim shooters? Nope, now they're all conspiracy theorists.
Yeah, exactly. In that connection, to disprove them and all, did you see that one post that I had on Discord? So this is actually somebody from the Telegram username Stinger, and he posted this within one of the Viking Post or a GIF from a Telegram page called the Amalek. So apparently that guy has photos, like full shots of Antifa and a Middle Eastern militant group named YPG training together, completely dismantling the media narrative that the whole incel or flat earthers are the terrorists. But really, it's Antifa that are both the terrorists, the crisis actors, and the complete training simulators going full drill in a whole other country.
Right. I mean, Antifa has been roundly exposed. There's no such thing as a peaceful protest. I've never seen
never
one.
in a day.
Never seen a peaceful protest. I think it's an act of aggression. I think we just start with that. And the whole thing has been exposed as more or less a front for the Democrats. They take the place of the Klan. And that's an important thing to point out. There is a lineage. Antifa was preceded by the Klan. It's the left wing's army. It's pretty obvious. And their tactics are the exact same. And I think their intention is the same, which is, of course, total statism. They serve the elite. Now, hey, I want to run this by you really
exactly.
quick.
That's how I feel about the White Boy Summer thing as well. I feel like the White Boy Summer thing feels like it serves exactly just that kind of mantle, that Hegelian dialect as well. And quite frankly, if you really look to last year and what will probably come later, the only real White Boy Summer is a bunch of little whiny brats on Antifa outfits just shouting BLM, buy luxurious mansions. Those are the only White Boy Summers you're really going to get too. So, I mean, quite frankly, their dialect doesn't work any better than the mainstream one.
Yes, and for people who don't know, I don't recommend it, but there's a video out there by Tom Hanks' son, Forrest Gump's son, Chet. And Chet Hanks, who has a very offensive and malappropriated accent, who's been called out on it, put out a rap video where he appropriates rap culture, and it's embarrassing what he does. He does this White Boy Summer dance that looks like the Bushwhackers, and he has all the girls doing it, and he paid him to do it, I'm sure. But this has angered some people because in addition to the concept, White Boy Summer, and who he is, and his place of privilege to be appropriating culture, his music on its own merit wouldn't fly that high. He's got money and pull. But on top of that, he's been, beating his girlfriend who happens to be black. And so I'm like, okay, what's going on here? What kind of message are they sending? Is this another way to stir the pot? Or is this clown for real?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's something to think about too. I mean, what can you say? I mean, Chet Hanks is a bastard in that sense. But really, I mean, that person is fully agitating these strings. I mean, these not just the Hegelian dialect, but even just something as basic as the whole tribalist strings. I mean, just your typical ethnic stuff. I mean, he's clearly rousing that up as well. I mean, and come on, I mean, that thing's got to be a bodysuit. I mean, those tattoos do not look that realistic, and I don't know, there's no persuasion that that person could ever be gang or hood or hell, not even, I don't know, hip hop here.
Yeah, not to be hypercritical, but it does appear to be that he's wearing a rubber chest suit, and these things are practically seamless, which is why, I mean, you have all these tattoos to hide any of the places where it would be obvious, but I can see by the arm that I think that Chet Hanks is literally wearing a rubber chest suit. The strange thing about it to me, though, is the tattoos. He's got the medical symbol next to the all-seeing eye, Illuminati, and he's got 3 COVIDs. What are the odds? COVIDs, his dad was the first American to catch COVID.
Wow. And yes, that bodysuit, I mean, they really do have those rubber. I mean, that Bill and Ted film, the latest one, even has those big body muscle suits, and they look exactly like skin tones. I mean, yeah, they could fake this stuff so easy. And heck, I mean, a horrifying house guest even posted how somebody like an MTF, but you know, I mean, you would see it as feminine person, right? But there's shots where that person has legit like a full hip suit right there, and the only way to tell is to look between the thighs, and you start noticing a strange mark of separation. And even that right there is full fakery right in front of you.
Yes, simply put, all of the mass media, and when I say mass media, we mean entertainment, we also mean the news media and the political theater. It's all deep faked. Nowadays, it's more digital than not. We have a holograph in chief, but it's rubber skin suits, it's movie magic all around. And by the way, it's the 33rd wedding anniversary of Rita and Tom Hanks this week.
Wow. Rita and Tom. Yeah, man. Tom Hanks, I mean, sometimes 3 in the morning, sometimes 11 at night. Yep, that's Tom Hanks.
Look, my explanation for Chet, by the way, is that he's got a tremendous thing. Like, he's trying to make a name for himself, and he's living in the shadow of Forrest Gump. And that will forever plague him. And so he's changed his accent. He's completely changed his persona multiple times. And so he's trying to, I have a bit of sympathy for him, a little bit. But actually, no, I don't. Because if you remember during the lockdowns, he said that all of us who were talking about his dad, saying his dad was an adrenochrome junkie and whatnot, he said that they were going to hunt us down in the FEMA camps and sacrifice us. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember that. I mean, yeah, clearly Chet was too desperate on that, probably playing a little act here and there.
Yep, Chet Hanks said that he was going to, well, he said he's not cool. It says here, Tom Hanks' son roasts coronavirus conspiracy theorists. And yeah, I actually do have a clip here I'll play after where Chet Hanks makes these really not too vague threats about what he's going to do to those of us in the FEMA camps, and then he had to go off to a sacrifice. I don't know if it was satire, but I'll just play it really quick.
Yeah, it's true. My parents got coronavirus. Crazy. They're both down in Australia right now because my dad was shooting a movie down there. But I just got off the phone with them. They both are fine. They're not even that sick.
Oh, and by the way, when Tom Hanks caught the coronavirus, if you remember, he went down to Australia, and he went down there because of the fires. If you remember the fires in Australia, and it turns out that Tom Hanks was in a movie called Inferno, which is about a plague that takes over the world, and it's called Inferno. And the movie starts out where Hanks is he's in a hospital. And I'm like, wait a minute, Tom Hanks quarantined in Australia, going down there to address the fires. And now he's locked down under COVID quarantine, just like in this Dan Brown novel. So I think he's playing a role even when he's just out there in the news. I don't think that anything that Tom Hanks does is anything other than scripted.
Oh, no. I mean, what does it tell you when he was well-privileged, flown out of Australia all the way to Greece? I mean, that says a lot already. I mean, he's playing an act inside and out of films.
Yes, precisely. Okay, here it is. Here's the clip where Chet Hanks...
It's been coming to my...
Okay, and in this clip, his eyes are bugged. So make of that what you will. But he admits to human sacrifice, eating pineal glands, and beating up those who talk about his family. I'm going to play this short clip.
Trump supporters have been figuring out the truth about me and my family, you know, being in the, you know what I'm talking about. And I don't know what to do right now because everything's starting to come to light. I mean, these extremely reliable websites like 4chan, 8chan have been exposing shit. And it's like if somebody wrote it on the internet, you know it must be true. And it is true. So it's like, I don't know how this is going to affect our whole new world agenda. Ever since The Simpsons predicted my dad being the spokesperson for the coronavirus, even though they didn't predict anything, it's been troublesome, to say the least. I guess I'm just gonna have to work extra hard at my human sacrifices. I'm late for one right now, and I'm a little hungry, so I might eat someone's pineal gland on the way. But just know that we're watching you, and if you're talking shit on the internet, you're gonna be the first people sent to the FEMA camps.
So there you go. You're going to be the first people sent to the FEMA camps. That includes us.
Yeah, no, basically well, I mean, it is kind of hard to tell it's an act. I mean, now that you do bring it up, I mean, it's kind of hard to tell, but I mean, either way, I mean, good luck trying to get people off the gulags called home. I mean, what FEMA camps at this stage?
Yeah, that's the thing. I like to mention this because so many people who look into conspiracy theories are afraid of something coming down someday. It's like, no, what they did is they decentralized the FEMA camp. So if you're at home consuming MSM, preferably for them Netflix, then you're at the FEMA camp. You're maintaining yourself, and that's all they ask of you. It's actually kind of, for them, it's a lot easier than trying to keep a lot of people who are rebelling within a confined area. No, they just made home extremely comfortable. And,
No, certainly they do. I mean, what does it tell you when Alex Jones said that, oh, yes, FEMA camps have Wi-Fi? He wasn't referring to actual camps. He was referring to people's homes or apartments or whatever they want to call it.
Yeah, exactly. And it makes perfect sense. They don't have to do any maintenance. We pay monthly for it. I look back at 1984, where the nightmare scenario was, oh, they're going to have cameras everywhere, and they're going to know everything about you. Well, it's like, look what they've done. They sold us the self-surveillance equipment, and we telegraph everything inside and out to who knows who at all times. Our family photo albums are an open book to the world, and everything that we say and think and tweet is basically published, and it's available to far more people than what Orwell was even thinking, I imagine.
Oh, no, indeed it does. I mean, there's even 1984 witnessed within the airports right now where there's a guy in a monitor, which Fakeology shared, by the way. There's a guy in a monitor, and he's just like scanning people out with the HUD. And you could tell right there that stuff is already full text. They're ready for it. I mean, they're already doing it. They're all on deck. And when you see one guy, the last guy, who just took his mask off, and you suddenly see like green target pointing at him. I mean, it's stuff like that too. But I also can't help but know how mixed up it is with the film Final Cut, where it's just like giving pieces of people's certain lives and all, and they're just putting it together just to make a film almost like a world stage. I mean, I guess I know what you mean, really, when you say that a lot of people that tend to miss this kind of info are world stagers in the senses.
Exactly, world stagers, because that's my way of describing the true believers in the televised and accepted world view. Someone suggested I look into Newsbenders, which came out in 1968. And Newsbenders was a live TV show, a play, and it was about how the media was being used to manipulate things. But in the article describing it, it says, with media manipulation a routine feature of regimes like China, North Korea, and Iran. In other words, it's describing this nightmarish scenario where the media is totally controlled and manipulated. And it cites China and North Korea and Iran as though the news in Europe and the US is somehow credible, as though it's not all monolith. And I think this is one of the main tricks. We have a monolithic media that looks like it's somewhat decentralized around, but it's not. And anybody who doesn't recognize this is, by default, a world stager.
No, most certainly. I mean, the Newsbenders village even had, they even had one of the presenters, the actor that pretended to be the office, the hiring agent. He even said, we already got news that's straight all the way to 1973, which is basically 5 years ahead of 68 at that time. And when you do look at that footage, I mean, you realize, oh my gosh, they basically had our media predicted for a long time. I mean, I guess in a sense, so you would think, but you kind of to realize that, like, as far as years like 1948, 1945, the media was basically, they were always ahead of track, manipulative, and prone to putting out stories that probably weren't so from the very beginning.
Well, let me read the brief synopsis. Here for Newsbenders, it says, an idealistic young television producer is approached by the representative of a clandestine agency offering an unusual job, creating the news before it happens. And it seems a refusal is not possible. So he can't even say no to the job once he's given the inside about how it's all going to work. And yes.
Oh no, exactly. And he gets taken hostage by it because there's personal voice records of him. The agents had records of him cheating with his wife and reneging various situations and even having other backthoughts. I mean, that's how far they go against him.
Well, I'm going to have to watch this. It was just recommended to me this morning, but what really caught me, it was the premise here that they're hired to write the news in advance, and it came out in 1968, and someone said that there's some kind of joke in here about Stanley Kubrick that didn't make sense until he started listening to our recent discussions on the topic. I'm going to see what he was looking for, but basically, this might be one of these movies that kind of puts it out there in plain sight, like kind of like how that Capricorn, was it Capricorn 1 with the fake Mars mission?
Yeah, I remember that, how staged it was, and you get that whole Mars background, that whole orange and everything, the rocky road that would look a little bit like, say, I don't know, Newfoundland or something like that. And yeah, I mean, OJ was in it, and they had one of the Brolin brothers in it, and quite frankly, yeah, but yeah, point is that's exactly how it is. I mean, in a sense, though, good to mention that somebody picked up a Kubrick reference. That's probably one thing that got missed in translation.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch it myself. But at a minimum, 1968, that year for it to be coming out, really interesting. And I've been taking a second look very closely at the QAnon script of late, because now I believe here that if what we're describing is accurate, that a lot of the news is written in advance, specifically the major transformative events, and if we're accurate that Kubrick had a role in Apollo 11 and 9/11 and other things, it's been pointed out that he has a role in the fake death of JFK Jr. So JFK Jr., for people who don't know, is believed to be QAnon. So this would mean that the whole Trump campaign and QAnon story is probably something that was written back in the 60s.
Yeah, actually, certainly. I mean, I don't even think Cambridge. Do you remember Cambridge Analytica, by the way? I'll go more into that in a second.
No, fill me in.
So Cambridge Analytica was basically a so-called scandal of how Trump managed to get likes from Facebook by putting all these. He hired multiple agents, including Bannon, and he managed to get the algorithms to point to Donald Trump, vote Donald Trump this, vote Donald Trump that. And quite frankly, there's actually a webpage named exposetheenemy.com or .org, I don't remember, but exposetheenemy.com, and they have big map connections as to how Cambridge Analytica really took place and who the real Far Eastern connections or Slavic Eastern connections were. And it goes into depth as to how Trump managed to get the vote away from a so-called popular Clinton. But the point of Cambridge Analytica was that he managed to get votes through algorithms. So that's basically the suggestion that the narrative of Cambridge Analytica got in. And I just kind of swore that I don't even think that's enough, because if Trump is that much of a scripted persona in books as far as 1901 and that whole the adventure show within the 1950s, the 58, 85 thing, I mean, I'm just thinking maybe that could be put together and saying that maybe he didn't just build the wall. he also built a sort of network within that wall that would be unpenetrable and that wouldn't really come out, to be destroyed. It would actually be, the cipher would be complete. It would be fully done, and nobody would do anything about it.
Interesting. Well, this is an idea we've discussed before, that you could find references to Donald Trump or this story as like we've been prepared. Like we were prepared for the moon landing long before it happened. I think we're prepared for every major event. Predictive programming, analyzing the media in this way, has revealed for many that 9/11 is something we were prepared for. Same with COVID, same with pretty much everything. And on this Trump one, there's a 1958 TV show which is based on it's based on, I guess, 1950s. It's out there in Texas, where this con man comes into town. His name is Trump, and he sells the population on a barrier to protect them from a cosmic threat. But there's a few interesting things about this film. One, it came out in 1958, which is part of this pattern of events that involve Donald Trump and 58, or the name Trump. But he sells the population on a wall to protect them from a cosmic threat or aliens. So it kind of echoes with Trump's building the wall to protect us from illegal aliens, and then later building Space Force to protect us from what? Cosmic threats?
Yeah. I mean, it really was out there. I mean, there's somebody that calls it dead knowledge, but I don't know. I mean, this looks very alive, seeing as it's very spotted, templated, and even pushed to us forward as though it were northeast, west, south.
Look, yeah, and one more thing, I brought this up earlier. When you look into this concept, we have things that verify, there's things within the timing, even down to the moment that the sun sets with some of these events that we're describing. But it's worth pointing out that 1968's movie, 2001 Space Odyssey, about the monolith, well, that movie has a number of references to 9/11, which was going to happen 33 years in the future. And one of the things about it is that the monolith is the basis for the Hilton Millennium Hotel, right there at Ground Zero, overlooking where the Twin Towers were. So,
yeah, exactly. I mean, you even get the full shape on it. I mean, they're very anachronistic, ahead of its time kind of shape too. And I mean, I'm surprised that one didn't come with a full red light the way the Empire State did. But yeah, it's very interesting to note, and not to mention that they even devised a pandemic on Floyd's part, the boss within 21 Space Odyssey.
Yes, references to Floyd and even a corona. And then one of the most striking things for me is in the movie 2001 Space Odyssey, when the spacecraft lands on the space station, it actually looks like Flight 175 going into the Twin Towers. It's the same director directed both scenes, the one from the movie and the one from the news 33 years later.
Yep, that's the Matrix right there.
Yes, I have my suspicions on a number of other popular directors who are also directing aspects of the news. This is Wag the Dog on steroids. It's way worse than that. But the point of it is this: they have to reach the people to influence their minds, and I think that the operation works like this. They get you in the culture, comics, movies, video games, music, to identify with certain ideas or struggles and take sides. Then the same directors, or with their direction, they sell it to you through the news, so they make it real. It's how news works, and news, therefore, I think, is just world view shaping, and that's how it's been used since its inception.
Yes, that is how they do it. I mean, they always have to get you these sort of so-called privateer guys like, per se, Ubisoft, get guys like Viacom, and basically guys like CBS, and Electronic Arts too. And they make them work together, but you know how they are. Like they all have sourced from the exact cults that they come from. So they're not one of them is individual, like indie, and not one of them is self-made or none of that. I mean, come on, Bezos is not a self-made billionaire. It's just another actor. I mean, it's just like that, and they have to mix that whole pot up as a means of getting you to be immersed with them, the mainstream media, and from there on out, by their not just by their products or stuff like that. I mean, that's sometimes consequential, But at the same time, to take note and to start auto believing in their sort of events that these games seem to go hand in hand with these movies like Westworld, stuff like just Armored per se, or stuff even like something even as far as iPad Goat. I mean, they purposely connect that as a means of selling it to you as Northeast West South, and from there enacting the way that they want you to.
Yeah, like here's one thing, they created a template, I think. So last year, you had various ways that people were interpreting the COVID, and those on the fringe right or alt-right would lean towards it was a bioweapon intentionally released, disguised to look as an accident, that it didn't originate in a bowl of bat soup. And that little narrative is a way of slyly blaming China. And then you have Donald Trump calling it the China virus. So now it's beginning to look like a stealth communist attack, like a very sneaky sabotage, chemical warfare, and they got away with it, or at least that's how it looks. So you do have a deal of scapegoating here. Like after 9/11, you had your scapegoat. Well, COVID does have China as a scapegoat, as unbelievable and unreliable as that narrative is. But now we have this space junk on the second anniversary of a drill about space junk hitting the Earth, and on the first anniversary of the last time Chinese space junk almost hit us, and that one almost hit New York. So you see the connection here, though? If a piece of space junk hits in New York, they're going to say, oh, China did it on purpose.
No, they really are. I mean, they're just these how should I say, these powers at hand, these large unforeseen personas. I mean, they're prepping, they are grooming, they are building China up, which, by the way, they have way more interstates in the United States. They're building China up just so they can make them a so-called very, very potent enemy. And from there on out, they can just start, being reckless, have this sort of a border issue that they have with Canada and the United States. And then with this space junk narrative, they're just going to, look like this omnipresent sort of enemy. And from there on out, just laying their so-called waste on us. And, while everybody still believes in that stupid space vacuum narrative, as always. And from there on out, I mean, getting into rocketry and, being overly, overly enthusiastic about stuff that doesn't really exist, but rather is just parts and shit crafted within industrial complexes for half the price. And from there on out, it's expanding into this sort of disaster scenario and getting us into nothing more than restriction after restriction after restriction. So basically foreseeing that Chinese space junk, I mean, it's basically the red alert that they're trying to push besides the ISS.
I think so too. There's definitely something to it. I wouldn't be surprised if they play the EMP card. Maybe it's got a nuclear reactor, and maybe this was intentional. We'll have to see what happens when it hits. Or it could be Space Force could shoot it down, and then Trump will have protected us from the cosmic threat. And by the way, you mentioned China. I was talking about anagrams yesterday. I can't breathe is an anagram for a better China. And if you look at the division in this country and the psyops that are used to divide us, I think you can kind of point fingers at who is behind staging the riots and the events, or who benefits, from the world stage perspective. And I find it really interesting that, a better China is a perfect anagram for I can't breathe. And everything about the BLM movement centers around air. And this goes into a separate point, but for example, the guy gets pulled over for the air freshener. The one whose teacher was George Floyd's girlfriend. Air is a...
Yes. Wayno Sexton. Yes, indeed.
And then you have... Well, actually, no, Dante Wright. His teacher was George's girlfriend, not his teacher, but another teacher connection. But Derek, of course, is named after an infamous lyncher, a hangman. I mean, this whole thing is, as we said, very scripted, but a theme, though, last year was the air. Can't breathe, the mask, And then, of course, the ventilators was another topic. And then you had people, all sorts of ways that they were able to use the "I can't breathe" or the deprivation of air as a meme. Like the zeitgeist was all about the air being taken away. And it got me thinking.
Yeah, indeed. And a little side note here. You wanna know what amazes me a little bit about these dancing nurses? I mean, not one of them have played a track by Chris Brown named "No Air" featuring Jordan Sparks. I'm surprised they didn't play that because that thing just kept yelling breath, air, 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 breath, oxygen. But back to the main topic, yes, the anagram for "I can't breathe" being a better China actually does display. It actually goes back to China having very, very low regulations for smog area, and there's been reports previously within the last couple of years. I mean, especially 2013 all the way to 2016, they had reports of Chinese smog all over the place. Like it's almost like full blurry smoke just everywhere around you because all their factories pump up 24/7, are way more competitive than us, the United States, them, Europe, they, Japan, and so on. And not only that, but it even spreads to Japan and possibly, supposedly according to the stupid sphere model, according to them, it also spreads to California, but none of us have actually gone there. We've gone there more from Mexico City. But point is, I mean, the whole better China thing is basically the Chinese people breathe on smog every time. So that's another reference that they seem to be hitting at as well. And that's something that cannot be overlooked.
It is, and this is kind of what I was leaning towards. I'm like, wait a minute. They've made this a constant theme. Now, air quality. These are all important themes because it connects to the green movement, which is we got to regulate capitalism because they're the primary polluters. They blame us for all of it. But the point is the global warming environmentalist movement as a cover for advancing, of course, the growth of state. You could call it communism, watermelon Marxism. But yeah, again, they're able to use that. So I think it's all connected. And you mentioned restriction, and I think that's what we're actually looking at. They're getting people acclimated to the idea that man is bad for the world, bad for the environment. And I wouldn't be surprised if they, I don't know, pull a trick and say solar winds are pulling away our atmosphere or something. Got to move into a domed city and pay for air.
Oh, yes, certainly. I mean, within various films, they've always treated humanity as bad, evil, racist, and bigot, and blah, 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 blah. And yeah, I mean, the environmentalists have really fallen for that narrative. Like, they fell for it so hard. I mean, come on, humanity, like, away from the narrative, humanity is not even bad. I mean, just sometimes people have terrible, sometimes they have terrible personalities, maybe various points of view. I mean, all of it's really, for those that don't really understand, most of it's just polarities. I mean, that's really what we're up against. And quite frankly, there's nothing you can do to change that.
Right. And look, this is something here. I came across a couple other things I want to run by you. We've been talking about Kubrick and other directors. You've probably seen this picture of Kubrick standing by Arthur C. Clarke and George Mueller and a few others, a couple of astronauts. But Arthur C. Clarke's the one who said that any sufficiently developed technology would be indistinguishable from magic. And that's what magic shows are. It's an illusion that you can't solve, immediately without knowledge as to how they tricked your senses. But anyway, I kind of think the media is so sophisticated that people who see these patterns assume it must just be random or coincidence or something. But I think that it keeps them from looking for the hidden hand. So that's kind of what I've been doing here. I know most people are world stagers, but I want to know who the authors are, who the metascriptors are, and I think I have a few ideas, and I'm looking into a few other names.
Yeah. I mean, Michael Hoffman II is very interesting as well in that sense. But yeah, the way you mentioned Arthur Clarke, I mean, Arthur Clarke in general, I mean, he is after all an insider, so it really makes sense for him to more or less call things akin to magic. I mean, Houdini, abracadabra, I mean, just phrases such as that, I mean, it really gets you to that conclusion that, yes, I mean, a lot of this stuff really is fake. However, it's really the tricks within it that matter. I mean, the moment you see the tricks, the magic no longer applies to you.
Yes, exactly. And hey, I got to give a quick shout out here over at the Dark Matter side. someone said it's in the way of Yeshua says, and this is just so you can all rest easy tonight. He says, don't worry, Chet was just mocking truthers, repeating rumors that he heard online. He wasn't admitting or confirming, just discrediting truthers. So according to
Gotcha.
yeah, Yeshua over there, Chet's not going to come kill you or come to your home FEMA camp and eat your pineal gland.
Well, I mean, the truth movement did kind of fell on itself after all. But yeah, well, I mean, said Hank's either way the world stager, so, I mean, I'll swipe away from him. I mean, he could be a bastard whenever he wants and, stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, glad to be confirmed to that at least.
Awesome. Well, hey, I appreciate your call very much. I'm going to switch on to another topic. I think you'll be interested to see what has come across my desk regarding Mars and their atmosphere. So call back anytime.
Hey, thank you very much, Tim. Bye.
Awesome. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it, as always. Okay, someone said to me that the Martian helicopter shouldn't be capable of flying. And I'm trying to figure it out. Does this person have a point? And so here's what they said. They said that a helicopter can only go up about 25,000 feet, a turbine engine helicopter. The maximum height at which a helicopter can hover is much lower. A high-performance helicopter like the Augusta Alpha 109E can hover at 10,400 feet. The Guardian, how high can a helicopter fly before the air is too thin? So, now I want to bring up a second point here, which has to do with, well, what is the Martian atmosphere like? So the Earth altitude with equivalent pressure to Mars. And this is what I've been digging into. And what was suggested to me was that the surface atmosphere of Mars would be equivalent to the density of the Earth's atmosphere at 22 miles above the surface. So if that's true, it's a little problematic for the flight of Martian helicopters. According to this person who sent this to me, I have to do a little more research to, arrive at anything conclusive. Although I think anything's possible with CGI. All right, let me go through comments. If anybody else wants to call in, 833-311-1984. If you have any insights into helicopters and how high they can fly and how unlikely helicopter flight would be on the surface of Mars, feel free to call in. Again, space junk over Seattle, most likely. Couldn't possibly be Starlink because they can't reflect the sun after 9 o'clock p.m. at their low altitude. And you're welcome to try to prove me wrong. Try to debunk the Earth's 870,000 mile shadow. I have a couple of other topics I wanted to get into here. The cancellation of Joe Rogan. This is a pretty good one here. It's from bloodyelbow.com. How the Joe Rogan Experience became a vehicle for disinformation. And I've been looking at this. They said they canceled 42 of his tracks on Spotify. Just happened to say 42, which if you follow this channel, you'll notice the number 42 seems to signify somebody falling, usually, in some capacity. And I thought maybe Rogan's going to be taking a fall for the cause of eliminating free speech. And it's all guilt by association. Rogan was friends with Alex Jones, a troubling snake oil salesman who promotes conspiracy theories like white genocide and climate change denialism. Now, he doesn't sell snake oil. He actually sells, I believe it would be called, he calls it super male vitality, but it's the same formula as Gwyneth Paltrow's sex dust. So Alex Jones would be better described as a sex dust salesman, whatever that stuff is. He also promoted conspiracy theories. It says here, Sandy Hook Elementary and Stoneman Douglas High School, calling them false flags. Despite all that, he said Vegas was real. And Alex Jones, even talked to an eyewitness from the Vegas Harvest Festival shooting October 1st, 2017. He spoke to the guy who was supposedly under some bleachers and then saving some people. The guy he spoke to sounded like my friend Rob Skiba, or our friend, I should say. I could find that clip if you want to listen to it. To me, this totally discredits him. You can't say this one's fake and this one is real because it's the same operation. We're not looking at like the news media's on the outside and reporting things. No, we're suggesting that these are actually being produced through the media, with the media. Now, let me see if I can find the eyewitness that he spoke to. All we had was a phone call, and this was what had him believe that the thing was real. In fact, Alex Jones said not only was it real, but he said that it was being carried out by the Taliban and ISIS and Al-Qaeda. So you had like 3 different groups shooting up multiple hotels, but the news media was covering it up because they didn't want us to know that we're under the jihadist attack. That was what Alex Jones actually said. That's why I stopped listening, except for entertainment. If you're Vegas strong, you're kind of weak on the truth scale. Wes Berry says Alex Jones is Bill Hicks. Well, since you're on that topic, because this used to be controversial before everybody just figured it out, I'm going to ask a question here. This is just objective. And also consider Alex Jones's access to everything. With the money he has access to plastic surgery, to the best foods and everything else. So he can take care of himself. So are you looking at a 46-year-old or 47-year-old or whatever he claims to be? Or are you looking at a 59-year-old Bill Hicks? Again, are you looking at a 59-year-old Bill Hicks, repackaged as Alex Jones with the help of Kevin Booth, admitted on several occasions, including the bio? Or is Alex Jones just aged from inhaling all the chemtrails by warning us about? He's got chemtrail lung. He's been fighting the New World Order. So he's just a little worn and weather-beaten here. He's just on the front lines, and it took a toll on him. It aged him an extra 15 years. Yeah, right. Donnie the Dead says, wasn't Vegas after Sandy Hook? Absolutely. The thing is, if you saw through Sandy Hook, no subsequent shooting should have been getting through your filters. You would have seen the exact same formula, pattern, same hallmarkers of a PSYOP. So you can't be selective unless you're an agent and a gatekeeper. Mary Smith says he's a T-Rex. What does that mean when people say Alex Jones is a T-Rex? I don't get it. If someone wants to call in, are you saying he's a reptile? Generally, on this channel, if somebody's a suspected reptoid, we put semicolons before and after their name. 3 semicolons, their name, 3 semicolons. And that's just so people who follow behind you know, like you're marking the trail. We've already been here. Reptoid, move along. Saves us a lot of time. Let me continue here. Despite Jones's reputation, and this is from Bloody Elbow, Rogan still refers to him as, quote, the most misunderstood guy on the planet. By normalizing people like Jones as a lovable lunatic and a harmless weirdo, Rogan has exposed his audience to hate, xenophobia, and radicalization. Guilt by association. You can catch bad ideas. You can't even just talk about them. Can't even just let's just talk about this idea and just see what is good about it, what is wrong about it. Nope. Just spreading the idea. By the way, for the record, Alex Jones is a globe earther. He believes we're on a spinning wet ball hurling through space. He's had Buzz Aldrin on the show. He's had, I think was it Neil Armstrong? I mean, he claims that his dad knows these NASA characters. Alex Jones said that he and his son, with their telescope, looked at the moon and could see the trails from the lunar rover. So he's gone all out with the space program. Knockout Bear says T-Rex means he can't touch his own. Okay, I've never heard that before, but look, he also didn't fare too well during the the lockdowns. And this is why I think that some conspiracy theories are bad for you psychologically if you're, and when I say conspiracy theory, I mean mainstream media primarily, but any theory or any view of the world that says that this is how the world works and it's going to end badly. So during COVID, 6 weeks into it, I was already just concentrating on what I could improve and work on with regards to this channel. Over at the Discord, we got really busy in the arts. We got into the production of animations. But 6 weeks into lockdowns, Alex Jones was eyeballing his neighbors. And he was losing his mind. He said that he was ready to start killing, butchering, and eating his neighbors. Like he wasn't... this isn't some Jonathan Swift kind of... comedy or satire. He was really just kind of, I guess, getting stressed out by the idea that it was all going to end, and this is how he responded.
I will eat my neighbors. I'm not letting my kids die. I'm just going to be honest. My superpower is being honest. I've extrapolated this out, and I won't have to for a few years since I got food and stuff, but I'm literally looking at my neighbors now and going, I'm ready to hang them up and gut them and skin them and chop them up. And you know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
Again, we're talking 6 weeks into our 2 weeks to flatten the curve. Only 6 weeks and he's already at that stage. I'm like, this is the guy who sells MREs for a living. He sells food for a living. He's got contracts. He's moving mass amounts of storable food in case people ever have to lock down for a long period of time. I mean, they act like they're anti-lockdown, but they're always preparing for a long-term lockdown. The whole run for the hills, the Bubba effect, response to stress, is all about finding a way to safely quarantine from the world. Just seems a little unusual to me that that's the response that they have when they're stressed out. Anyway, let me go ahead and play a little bit more.
My neighbors. See, my superpower is being honest. I'll eat your ass. I will. I'm combat model, optimum self-sufficiency. Probably the leader.
Now, that was stolen from Blade Runner, which, by the way, Blade Runner featured the Cybertruck that was introduced in November 2019. Blade Runner is set November 2019. And it was a Cybertruck, came right out of that movie. But anyway, he stole that line from Blade Runner. Don't know why, where he said he's our leader. He's not our leader. I don't want to eat Alex Jones's neighbor ass steak. Not going to any barbecues out there.
Optimum self-sufficiency. Probably the leader. The point is have you thought about that yet? Because I'm somebody that thought I could fix this, and I'm starting to think about having to eat my neighbors.
Now, this is the guy who said that the elite drink blood, eat babies, cannibals, Satanists. He criticizes the celebrities who engage in harmless parties where they simulate eating people. You know, Marina Abramovich and stuff. So he's supposedly against all of that. This is what I'm just trying to wrap my head around it. So you're against cannibalism and Satanism and human sacrifice and lockdowns, but you're preparing for a long-term lockdown and possibly, well, cannibalism and human sacrifice. Okay, makes sense. I think he's on Team Chet. Anyway, we're talking about Jones. Let me continue. So this is Bloody Elbow is talking about how bad it is that Rogan has allowed a lot of people on his program, even though he may not agree with them, and even says so. And here's what they came down to. Rogan promotes himself as a free thinker who's happy to discuss topics with both sides of the political spectrum. However, he allowed his podcast and audience to be hijacked by charlatans, conspiracy theorists, and bad faith actors who influence his audience. As such, it has become a prominent and dangerous vehicle for misinformation, capable of impacting millions on a weekly basis. So, Joe Rogan is just trying to be cool and open-minded, but he's become an extremist apologist, a conspiracist apologist. And I don't know if that's a fair assessment. I mean, both sides, open-minded. Has he ever talked to a flat earther? Well, I guess he gave Eddie Bravo a chance. So yeah, I guess he gets a pass. And he did give the moon landing hoax a chance. He was convinced it was fake for a little while. But I happen to think he's taking a fall for Team Illuminati. And the fall is like this. You're going to be the paragon of toxic masculinity, and then you're going to be brought down because of words. And you know who started this? David Hogg. David Hogg said, we need to cancel Joe Rogan because he laughed at a sexist joke in 2011. And if he wasn't playing along with it, I don't think he would allow a crisis actor to damage his $100 million exclusivity deal. And they've already pulled 42 episodes of his podcast. Not into numerology, but the number 42 doesn't bode well. All right, 10 Mandela effects from the history of movies. This is an article I had to go through because it's just your Mandela effect update. I don't really believe in it, but lately I've come across a few instances where I think I can relate. You know, like something's just way different about the world, and you wake up one day and you run it by other people, and to them it just seems normal. For me, though, it was seeing the old Flat Earth Conference organizers no longer talking about Flat Earth. They started new channels, pretending to be new, and now all they do is talk about cryptocurrencies. And I'm like, did I just get Mandela affected? Was I Mandoozled while I was asleep? I wake up and suddenly all these prominent flat earthers are now scrounging for crypto, S-coins, whereas before they had the ultimate secret and they made it their life to bring this to the light. Don't understand it. Maybe that's what happens though. Maybe at the bottom of the flat earth rabbit hole you find crypto. 6119 says Alex Jones acts like a Marxist insurgent knobhead. Yes, that would be the script. Now, there is something interesting about Alex Jones, though, and this predictive programming thing. There's a series, it's called Colony on Netflix. And if you're watching anything on Netflix, just know that whatever you're watching will be happening in real life the following year. Well, there's a scene where there's an Alex Jones-like radio host who gets killed. And I'll see if I can find the article. But basically, he's made a lot of enemies. You know, he's been sued like crazy. But basically, this TV show called Colony has this radio host who agitates his audience, and somebody takes out a senator or something. They shoot somebody, and as retaliation, he's taken out. Now, here's where it connects to the Bill Hicks, Alex Jones theory. So Kevin Booth was the producer of Bill Hicks. And we can get into the story, but there's easily 100 things that support this. Before Bill Hicks, quote, died, he hands a script to his producer, Kevin Booth. The script is a role he wanted to play about a Rush Limbaugh-like character who gets so extreme that at the end of his script, he gets shot by one of his listeners. And I'm like, wow, that sounds like that episode that I'm referencing that was based on Alex Jones. Well, Alex Jones arrives on the scene shortly after Bill Hicks dies. Alex Jones's producer, Kevin Booth, the guy with the script about the Limbaugh-like Alex Jones type character. So this is a long-term thing. Now, I was listening to Alex Jones for a long time and a lot of other things. And the first time I heard about Alex Jones, I was in the military. And I remember Staff Sergeant George telling everybody that, you know, you're not to listen to Alex Jones. And we were told who was caught. A few soldiers were listening to him, and they made a big deal about it. And I'm like, what the hell is that? So the first thing I did was I went to the library and downloaded a bunch of podcasts, the Bohemian Grove thing. So, I mean, and some people say, well, Alex Jones woke me up, or he got me questioning things. And it's like, that might be the case, but this is how limited hangout operations work. They know a certain percentage of the population aren't going to be spellbound, will see through things. There will be leaks. So in order to control this predictable leakage, they create the leak. It's called a limited hangout. So they are the top of the leak, on top of the leaks. They always have the information that's most out of reach to the other researchers. So they're always the source. And this allows them to control the flow of information, to spread misinformation, to know who knows what. I mean, how many people sent their address to Alex Jones so they can get a bumper sticker that says, "Stop drinking the fluoride"? Well, every one of those persons is probably put into a database if it's not sold. Just a guess. Anyway, Donnie the Dead says, years of listening to Alex Jones is how I branched out and stumbled upon IPS through dark matter. Yes. I have nothing against him. I just think that it's an interesting thing to observe how the system would recruit, or seems to recruit, people who are capable of managing the stray sheep. And that's what it looks like to me. Mary Smith says, is Alex Jones a gateway drug? Maybe before 2016, though. There's a major shift. A lot of conspiracy theorists turned political. So there's conspiratainment, kind of fringe, Nibiru, kind of vague eschatology, but then they went political, then they went crypto. But what happened is there's been a break, I think a big break, where there are people who see through the media itself. They're seeing through the monolith, and so they're not taking instruction or they're not taking all of their information from one world stage source. That's just not that's not how you get the big picture. Commenter says the X-Files relaunch has an Alex Jones type character that tries to manipulate Mulder. Interesting. And that's a good way of putting it, an Alex Jones type. Because I think that this is a type that Bill Hicks was hired to play. Tyrone McCloskey says there's a spin on that's a spin on Oliver Stone's talk radio. A radical radio host gets gunned down by neo-Nazis. Well, remember after Sandy Hook, Jones said that he had a bunch of crazy followers, or rather listeners, who were psychotic. I think that was part of his defense. He said, all my listeners are psychotic. Which I'm sure many of his listeners are. Alex Jones blames conspiracy theory claims on psychosis, that a form of psychosis made him believe in Sandy Hook. And when I saw these headlines, I'm like, wait, he's putting this into the deposition about Sandy Hook, that he had a form of psychosis. So he didn't say, oh, I arrived at this conclusion because of the terrible acting, the terrible production, the continuity flaws, the holes in the script, independent investigation, contradictions, analysis. No, he didn't say any of that. He said, no, I had a psychosis. Well, this just so happens to go along with the ongoing psyop that mentally ill conspiracy theorists like to shoot up schools and Walmarts and malls. Invented stuff. But I'm just suggesting that he helped feed that particular narrative, that he helped prop up this straw man. Anyway, let us continue. Like, the only reason I don't believe in climate change is because I had a slight psychosis. I took a hit of something. Like, give me a break. That's not how it works. The reason why you stop believing is because you undo the reasons, or you find that the reasons were not sufficient. But let's get back to the Mandela effect. I got distracted. Okay, so here's a Mandela effect. The original ending of Big. God, I don't think I can read this. Big was about Tom Hanks possessing it's like a 10-year-old kid in an adult body. And then it becomes a love story. I mean, that's just twisted. Everything Tom Hanks does is twisted. I don't know why he took that role of Geppetto for the new live-action Pinocchio remake. Geppetto, come on. Chet's going to get so mad when people respond to this stuff. Okay, here's one. C-3PO had a silver leg. Apparently, this keeps a lot of Mandela affected awake at night because he has a silver leg. And when they remember watching it when they were babies or 2 years old or 5 years old, they don't remember the silver leg. Well, the reason you didn't see the silver leg is because the leg was reflecting the gold leg and the background. And there are very few opportunities to see it in the movie, so easy to miss. Another Mandela effect, King Kong versus Godzilla. Their special effects used to be so much more organic and real. You could reach out and hug either of these two characters, but the ones in the latest movie, it looks like a terrible video game. I don't think I can watch it. Okay, so this is a Mandela effect about King Kong versus Godzilla's multiple endings. A 1960s sci-fi magazine called Spaceman published an article on King Kong versus Godzilla, raving about how, quote, 2 endings had been filmed. One where Godzilla reigned supreme, and one where King Kong came out on top. If you saw the movie in America, Kong won. In Japan, Godzilla won. Except this wasn't true. Nobody's sure where this information came from. King Kong versus Godzilla had different footage for the cuts, but the endings were identical. So apparently that's a Mandela effect. Does anybody remember Godzilla winning in the Japanese version? Donnie the Dead says, I don't remember the silver leg. You don't remember the silver leg, but you don't not... I mean, how would we put this? Because it's really not a matter of not remembering it. Is it something that you should be expected to recall? And I would say probably not. In fact, this is actually something that was brought up. The actor that played C-3PO actually talked about this. And he was talking about how... Let me see if I can find this. Here we go. March 4th, 2020... C-3PO made publicity appearances with his silver leg, and a lot of people were confused about it. Doesn't mean that CERN screwed up reality and we jumped timelines, and now your Jif peanut butter is Jiffy, and Ed McMahon might show up tomorrow with a big check. It doesn't mean any of that. It says... The silver leg is visible in C-3PO's first appearance in Star Wars. The first time he appears. Okay, so there you can see it. It's true that it is reflecting. And then you might want to even consider the quality of the television that you were watching when you saw this film. He keeps the silver leg through A New Hope and has it in The Empire Strikes Back. It's particularly visible in the Rebels' Echo Base on the ice planet Hoth. And yep, that's true. Zoomed in. Return of the Jedi, Silver Leg City. So go back and watch Return of the Jedi. C-3PO has a silver leg.